Hello and welcome. Welcome to Drakenmemoria. Yay! What is Drakenmemoria, you may ask? Well, it's tabletop RPGs. And tonight, we're doing Dungeons and Dragons. And don't worry, there's supposed to be more than 2 players. One is supposed to be arriving in a few moments. And the other one has done, the decent things and spending time with his family and all, That's... reasonable people. Can't do anything with them. So... okay, we got...
You see, that's why you put them into camps. It's like you sort out their belongings before they enter, and then you tell them to take a shower.
There's really nothing you can do with them. Right. What was I saying? Dungeons and Dragons tonight. So, if this is not something you want to watch, well, just go somewhere else. I mean, there's really nothing we can do for you. You're a hopeless cause. Because, if you don't want to watch Dungeons and Dragons, then what's your point in life? So
Now, if you're willing to pay, say, like upwards of $1,000, we'd be more than happy to play insert system here.
tonight. You have to pay again next week.
Like, we'll play your obscure... I don't know, I'm trying to think of a really... I think there's like a superhero TTRPG.
GURP?
Yeah. No.
No,
I
GURP is a
remember what it's
system. That's a
called.
difference.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't remember what it's called, but yeah.
There has been several obscure role-playing games that disappeared in time.
I mean, in fairness, TTRPGs are already kind of a niche hobby. When you're a niche within a niche, it's kind of hard to stay afloat.
Or easy. Not enough people to drag you down. So, yeah. So who knows? Maybe one day. But tonight it's Dungeons and Dragons, and either Sam, your camera has been placed differently, or you have lowered yourself, because I can barely see. Okay, it's just you that's hunched over. Okay, sorry. We don't need that.
Why would he ever stoop to our level?
I don't know. It's a really good question. Why?
Like, I won't take this sitting down.
Stand up.
Yeah.
Immediately, like, smacked in the face. Sit back down.
Oops, sorry.
There wasn't enough room. He just stood up. Damn. Okay, sorry. All right. So, if you want to watch all of this eventually become Dungeons and Dragons, and you stay civil in the chat, those are the 2 requirements for you being here. It's a pleasure to have you with us. If you're new, welcome. If you're not new, welcome back. If you enjoyed the thunderstorm in the background at the beginning, that was Ambient Mixer. If you like the world map, it's WonderDraft. If you like the dungeon map, it's Dungeon Alchemist. And if you like the town map, it's Canvas of Kings. All of the information for all of those software are below the windows. Yes, I added Canvas of King. Now I can start trying to finish that Discord server.
That Discord server is kind of like our table's version of the unicorn.
Well, it's almost there. It's almost there. I'm finishing the corn on the unicorn. Sorry. That didn't translate well.
I was about to say, because now I'm just imagining like a corn cob stuck on top of a
Yeah.
horse's head.
Oh, I was imagining the candy corn.
And you see, like when this unicorn gets angry, it makes popcorn.
Yeah,
But you do have to make a dexterity saving throw to avoid the collisions.
but if you miss it, you get hit not just by popcorn, you get hit by rainbow popcorn.
Sweet and salty.
Go watch the publicity for Squatty Potty. That's all I can say. It's gonna change your life and how you see ice cream. So with this, were you holding back a sneeze, or were you thinking about the publicity?
I was not liking that.
Good. So you remember the publicity. It was required viewing amongst my players.
Yeah, it was a weird part of the interview process. It's like to prove that we had read all of the rules. It said something about like make sure that you watch the video. Just like and like what video? And then you got to scroll back up and
And then your life changes forever. All right, so we're not even sponsored by them. So, what happened last episode? Last episode, our adventure took a day off by taking advantage of the time dilation field that had been placed on them and the object they brought back from the Wizard Tower. While in there, dreams talked to them. A few more secrets were revealed by the object, and they managed to rebuild their injured friend. All that is left for our adventurers is to go back to the garden and take a forced weekend vacation because an angry wizard is looking for them. So all of the day's work for adventurers.
hey, just lean in on Ramey's experience here. It's always important to take that week of to go quiet.
Well, you're a bit on a time crunch, so 5 days. All right. So with this,
Although, if we go through enough time dilations, it's like, do you think we'll ever catch up with the 11 months we skipped?
I don't know. All right. Something was weird with the cameras. They hadn't caught up. Here we go. We could hear you, but we couldn't see you. Now we can see you on top of hearing you. Isn't that nice? Well, as for having more life experience than the 11 month missing, Tobiyashi is ahead of you by 20 years. So, and I don't know, audience has a weird plan that may put him ahead of you by 1,000 years. So. We'll see how that goes.
1,000 years into the future. I actually don't remember if he said a specific time at the beginning of the opening.
No, I don't think so. But now I'm thinking about the music introduction of Highlander. The movie, not the series. The first one. Damn, that's a lot of precision that I have to give. Although the series wasn't all that bad, to me, the first movie will always be the better one.
I can't wait for like 10, 20 years from now, when 2010s nostalgia comes into effect, and we have to clarify which Twilight Saga.
Mm,
I will have intentionally
okay.
have asked for someone to erase that memory from my mind. All of it. So it won't matter.
I guess we're at an awkward point in other fandoms too, because now you have to be really specific about which Superman you're talking about.
That has always been there.
Yeah.
Well, it's getting worse.
Yeah.
Batman, it was already sunk in the late 2000s. It's but
Yeah.
Superman, by all accounts, has only been rebooted a couple of times comparatively.
On television. All
No,
right.
even in movies.
Yeah, that's what I mean. On television, movies. I mean, in the comic book, they have been. It has been rebooted. I think 4 or 5 times, at least.
Well, we don't need to get into the tendencies of the DC universe to reset itself every 7 or 8 years.
What do you mean DC? Marvel does the same thing. They just do it differently.
They just do it better.
No, I would say DC does it more frequently and with less reason.
Yeah. Marvel doesn't reset; they just keep going. DC resets because they keep putting out bad stuff.
More accurately, they keep making a bad decision that sets the tone of the universe, and then they go back and undo it.
Uh-huh.
All right, so now how about we honor that promise we made when we started this episode today that this will all become Dungeons and Dragons. So
Sounds good.
all right. So I guess we left off as you were all entering the garden. Teleporting back using the transportation, you found yourself in the middle of the night in this little familiar hallway that you always teleport back to whenever you enter, because ever since you became members of the garden, you no longer teleport into the main hallway where you did the first time. Now you teleport near your quarters.
Coincidentally.
Exactly. It is also just the X just didn't want to. All right. It is also not far away from the tavern. Also, it is midnight, so you have good reasons to go directly to bed, or you can go to the tavern, where you might find a group of people celebrating a very late monster killing. It's really up to you.
I don't need to run into Core right now, so I think I'm just gonna
Yeah.
go back to my room.
I think audience stated last session he was quite happy to just go back to his room right now.
All right.
Getting there?
Your camera is very choppy, but I don't know, Remy. But I don't know. Maybe it's just your camera and not your microphone. So say something just so that we know that it's just your camera.
That's not a good sign.
No, that's really not a good sign. Remy, can you hear us? I think he can't hear us anymore. All right. I think you can't hear us anymore. Let's send him that message.
Yeah, his camera does look frozen.
What? Yeah, right now it completely is frozen. All right, so apparently Remy fell asleep as soon as you entered the garden, and one of you drags him back to his room. All right, so you all go to bed. Well, Fisher, you just sit in your room, staring at the wall. Well, it's the garden. I don't know. Maybe you want to try and sleep or meditate or go back to your little fortress.
That's a good question.
Aha! Remy's camera's back.
That's because I guess I was gone for a bit.
Okay. That explains why you weren't answering.
Yeah, originally I was going to go into this whole joke about since Jorg isn't here, we should do all the things that we know Jorg wouldn't.
Uh-oh.
I think there's a... You see, tonight, the internet is protecting Jorg because you cut right when you said everything that Jorg... And we didn't hear a single word of what you said after.
Great.
The internet is on Jorg's side tonight, so be warned.
I guess it's weird for the internet to be in favor of conservation, but okay.
All right, so you all go to bed. Fisher, your choice. Do you want to sleep? Do you want to try to go to your little mental fortress? Although you did unlock everything you could unlock, so there won't be a whole lot to unlock there anymore.
Yeah. I think I... Oh my God. I don't know what's going on. I think I would, except for the fact that the last dream I had was a lot, and I don't want to repeat that, so I'm not good.
So you stay staring at the door, traumatized of the last time you went to sleep. So
yeah.
So you mean that for Fisher?
That's a normal person thing, right? Insomnia due to previous nightmares?
What do you mean? You were just told that you were the second best choice for your species evolution. So
Yeah.
What's traumatizing in there?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
At the very least, it's disheartening. Just knowing that you're second choice.
Yeah, I wanted to be first, dang it.
And then again, you look at the first choice and okay, yeah. He's going through something very, very bad, so maybe it's okay that I'm second choice. All right.
Look, it's not Fisher's fault that the number one choice is running on Linux.
Yeah. Well,
Mod
could be
the
worse.
fuck.
Could be worse. Could be running on Microsoft, All right. So the night goes through. And as I say this, audience is just about to fall asleep. So
No, I'm doing okay today.
okay.
It might not look that way in the camera, but
Doesn't look like it, but I'm fine.
Well, they do say that the camera adds 5 hours.
Is that what they say?
Well, now they say it.
Well, yeah.
No, it's just like in Fairly Odd Parents. When they talk about superheroes. Superheroes never die, they just bleed all over the carpet. So, surprisingly, the night goes without godly interference and traumatizing message. You fall asleep. You wake up in the morning. Well, I'm not preventing you from having from imagining that your character did have a traumatizing night dreaming about stuff. It's just not quest-related stuff. That's all.
Like you spent too much time reading about humanoid dreaming and how it all works that you start passively like imitating it even in your waking sentry time.
Your imagination gets in the way, and suddenly you see a creature dancing in front of you. But I'm not even sleeping.
Saying over and over, berries and cream, I'm a little lad who loves.
If Fisher starts dreaming that, I think we have a really interesting problem. So, you all wake up the next day, probably a little later than usual. Memory of everything that just happened still fresh in your mind. You know that probably a few hours after you, the needle was brought back to the garden. Well, at least you hope so. And, well, it's the morning. What do you want to do?
Sword.
Sword?
Sword. I am going to take my staff of power over to not the gnomes, but like the shopping district, and try and find someone to turn it into
a sword. All right. It doesn't take you all that long. You know where most of the shop are right now. It's been a while. It's been several months. Usually living in a town after several months, especially one that isn't all that big, you learn where everything is quite easily. So takes only a few minutes waiting for someone to get there for your turn after that, because a lot of the adventurers right now are starting to be well equipped, so they start to have odd requests, and you're listening to one adventurer just going on and on and on about a cloak that he wants to have modify, and while they're at it, why not combine the effect of both cloak that he usually has, and you ask for all of this to be combined in a single cloak, and he start haggling with the shopkeeper to have a better price and have it made faster. Takes a little bit of time, but eventually it is your time. So half elf behind the counter just going, oh, that was long. Mr. Fisher, what can I do for you?
I will put the staff on the desk. Can you turn this into a sword?
Probably. It's going to be an interesting shape. Yeah, it's already made of metal. Pretty sure I can turn that into a sword. Mind coming back in a few days?
Yeah, works for me.
All right. There's still going to be a bit of work to do with this. So, how about 150 gold when you come back?
Sounds good.
All right. So, takes the staff, gives it to a dwarven assistant.
How long's like a few days? What do we take? 3?
Yeah, 3 days. That's good. You can do that in 3 days.
Okay, cool.
You hear the dwarf just go, I could... 3 days, the customer said. Fine. And the dwarf leaves.
2 days later, So technically, a dagger is a kind of sword.
We sort of have, it's a blade. It's a blade. But now it's well, you're familiar with rondel daggers. It's Is it called the same thing in English?
Yeah.
Okay. Very popular tool with the peasants. Not so much for the battlefield warriors.
Was it a peasant or was it just a?
Most daggers were used
Yeah,
as
but
tools.
the rondel specifically is like
It's at the end of
armor puncher, like specialized armor puncher, isn't it? Like you couldn't really use it as like a knife.
It has a very good ability to pierce armor, but it was predominantly used at the end of the Middle Ages by almost everyone.
You see, now I'm just imagining like all the peasants just like waiting for the peasant uprising.
Mm-hmm.
Just like like everybody has one, just in case.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's how you take out that big knight, dude. Tackle him to the ground and then
Yeah, that's what
stab him with one of those.
that's what I thought. Use for people. It was worn at the waist and could be used as utility tool or worn in battle. So usually the peasants, the dagger wouldn't be as efficient to pierce armor because
That's what it's built for. I swear that we're talking about the same one, right? It's like the triangular blade that's just sharp at the end, and then it's got the big wide pommel so that you can smash, push.
The rondel dagger was an evolution of the traditional dagger. It was predominantly used at the end of the Middle Age. But it was used by everyone. It was the standard dagger. And daggers were used by almost everyone.
Optimized for penetrating thick clothing, forcing open chainmail links, or being thrust through the joints in plate armor.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
That one was most likely used by knights. But it was a tool used by the entire population. So
all right. Anyway, off topic.
That's okay. It's one thing that a lot of people don't necessarily consider. The dagger was a normal tool during Middle Age Europe. Everyone had some sort of tool like this. It was too good, too useful of a tool. You could use it to chip away things. You could use it to help you dig instead of just using your hands, and to defend yourself. Most peasants knew how to defend themselves. Contrary to the Asian Middle Age, in Europe there wasn't a law preventing someone from bearing weapons. So the dagger was the prevalent tool used by everyone, and everyone would learn to use it to some degree, even peasants. So, yeah. You're absolutely right. You have the right tool in your mind. It's just that it was more widely used than just for war.
Mm-hmm. All right. After that, I would... I think I'd bring the computer to the gnomes.
Okay. While you are making your way to the gnomes, Terranad will most likely make a comment about, you sure you want to leave your new girlfriend with them?
Why are you gendering it, dude? That's kind of weird.
Well, you've. Oh well, okay. If you want to go that way, I was gonna say that you seem to have gendered yourself as male. I was just assuming that you went with the norm, but hey, if you want to go with the outside of the norm, that's good. We already have one in our party, so why not go with the rest of the flow, rest of the group? You know.
But yeah, I don't see what use we could use it for.
I'm just saying, you look very attached to it. You knew
Not
exactly how to
attached.
treat
I
it.
was just good at
You,
figuring it out.
exactly. You knew exactly what to do, what button to turn, what panel
Yeah,
to stroke, what lever to pull.
that's how you operate a machine.
Yes, but you did it so lovingly. It was my understanding that most
Huh.
female in the world consider someone who can intuitively figure out what they want and how they want to be treated to be their soulmate. And you apparently found yours because you knew exactly how to treat that console.
Soulmate implies it has a soul.
Oh, you're dealing with people who have an entire garden of construct with souls. So maybe that's not
Why are
really
you
hard for
so
you.
keen for me to keep it?
Because I want to tease you all day and night long. I mean,
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
it's an inexhaustible source of puns and
Fisher, I think maybe your AI has been hacked.
Yeah,
Might need to do
yeah,
a hard
I think you
reset.
might be right.
you have a gnome looking at you. And, Mr. Fisher, are you all right? You seem to be distracted somehow. I said hi and you didn't answer.
Oh, sorry. The onboard jokesters got jokes.
Well, okay. I wasn't aware he was a good joker.
He's not.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't stop him from trying, though.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, you gotta give points for persistence.
Do you?
I feel like you do.
Teach their own. Uh,
Next level up,
Really?
Fisher randomly knows vicious mockery.
So, are you saying that this is what you want for the next spell of your?
Vicious.
I was going to try and give you a third level spell, but if you want a first level spell, I mean,
I think I'm good. I've got enough cantrips.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's a. I remember having a build where I had 12 cantrips.
See, with my level of decision paralysis, that would only be bad. That could only be bad.
So, Mr. Fisher, what can I do for you today?
I figured y'all might be interested in this thing.
It's a console.
Yeah,
Where did you get it?
nicked it from a wizard tower. It was controlling a lot of the wizard's defenses.
Oh, now you should have started with that. Interesting. And is there something you want specifically from it, or?
Um, I figured you guys might want it. and figured I could sell it to you.
Okay. Well, if you want to sell it, I can certainly give you a monetary value for it. I mean, there's bound to be some interesting element to it, but there does seem to be something missing in it. Wasn't there something to be supposed to be on the pedestal?
Yes. There's a golem. Um, it makes sense that you want that too.
What type of golem?
It was a clay golem, but like a beefy one. Or I guess it was beefy because of this thing.
Oh, I'm a bit disappointed. I was hoping it would be an interesting golem.
Sorry to disappoint.
Oh, that's okay. I've come to terms with the fact that your world has very limited imagination. All right,
Yeah.
well, we'll take into consideration that usually there's a large spot of clay on top of it, animated
I
by
could
magic.
also get you guys the golem.
Well, okay, if it was meant to interact with the console, that may be interesting. It may have properties that we can at least analyze.
I don't have it though. I'd need to. Ramy's got it. I need to talk to him.
All right. We'll give you an extra bit of money if you can get the original golem. If not, that's okay. Maybe come back at the end of the day when we can open it and see exactly what's inside. We'll have a better understanding of how much this can be worth, or we can just give you a generic amount right now, and we'll bear the surprise. If it's very dull, then you'll have made a profit. If it's very impressive, then you will have lost an impressive amount of money.
I can wait. Why don't you guys take a look at it, see if you really want it or not. I'll go talk to Ramy about the
All right. Well,
action figure.
that's an interesting way of calling it.
I mean, right now it's about like that big, and when it sits on there, and so that's kind of.
No, but actually, that's an interesting way of putting it. An action figure. I've never heard someone call something like this. That's a very interesting element. I think I know someone who might actually want this console. At least for that part.
A couple weeks from now, you start seeing on the shelves figurines
Yeah.
of action.
Mm-hmm. It's like a figurine of wondrous power, except it doesn't turn into anything. And then I'll go. I guess I'll go try and find Ramy then.
All right, well, you know where we'll be. Somewhere on this floor.
Yep.
All right, well. Can you let go of the console?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then I'll go look for Ramy.
Remy, where are you exactly right now?
Right now, he's just lining up like all of the weird figures and dolls he's collected over several adventures. Got a cat figurine. It's like then he's like put a little stand like for like the zombie puppet. Like then has the golem being like put in a particular pose, like maybe just like chasing after the zombie and the cat.
And for some weird reason, Remy has a collection of left sock. It's now I want to make a thief that always steals left sock. I feel like
Not the shoe, though.
No, just
The
the
shoe's
sock.
too impersonal.
Yeah. I feel like it should also be a gnome, you know? Oh, maybe a very obsessive Kender. So good, he steals your socks while you're wearing them.
Or it just so happens to be that their room is the place where all lost socks go in the wash.
Well,
Yeah,
you're
it just
talking
happens
about the
to be
room
that
where
way.
all of the unraveled go.
Certainly a name for that.
Okay, well, I was making a reference to Barbarian and the Troll. There's a song about them. They're about to be beaten. It's just they're about to be defeated by a wizard who is possessing each one of them, and they all grow a mustache and thick, white, bushy brow as they get possessed. And you get to the last one, the troll, and he has this emergency solution. He takes a sock out and you pull it inside out, and then the army of the unraveled comes. All of the socks which were lost. Whenever a sock is lost, it finds itself into a room where all of the lone socks are, and it is the army of the unraveled. And it's sort of a mockery of the, or really a parody of the Lord of the Ring assault with all of the ghosts in the film. But it's all socks. And then at the end of that, you learn that when a sock finds its other sock, they can finally go to heaven. Because one sock finds itself in front of its paired. I finally found you! And you have the light just going. And you see the two socks going away. But you know, it's a slightly satiric. I'm having so much difficulty with words. It's such a parody of everything, of Conan and Dungeons and Dragons and everything. So when the Unravel come, of course they just don't come. They have a very good song that comes along with it. And now we know where they all go. It's in Remy's corner.
Mm-hmm. Remy, you in there?
As he's tending to his collection of sock. Puppet.
Coming. Opens the door.
Hey, so I sold or am selling the console to the gnomes, and I figured they'd also want the golem if you're willing to part with it.
So looks over at his shelf, realizing that the golem is actually like causing the shelf to tilt slightly.
It just doesn't fit with the rest of them.
For the best.
So you take the golem off the shelf and you hand it to Fisher, and you
I'll bring
you
it back
see
some
yourself
gems.
is going. But now there's a centerpiece missing.
Tragic.
You're gonna have to figure out something to do for a centerpiece. Terry?
get too annoying, you'd put in timeout
On the
Ray's
shelf.
mantle.
Just a little whole monster spell, and here you go. All right. So you have the golem, and you go give it back to the gnomes, and well, it does take a few minutes because the gnome didn't stay where he was when you left. You've been gone for nearly an hour and a half, just going from your quarters back to the taking a nice stroll in the arboretum. It does feel a little bit out of season because they are artificially maintaining the environment. It does feel like the end of summer in there. There's a bit of a chill in the air, but outside snow has started to fall. But inside of the garden, it's actually quite comfortable. Trees still have their leaves, and ponds are still flowing. Actually, there's a large field that is nearly ready to be harvested. Apparently they grow their own food in there.
Is that in the Arboretum, or is that...
Yeah.
They have a special...
No.
Oh, shit.
Part of the Arboretum is a large, several large field. The Arboretum itself is the size of Central Park. So imagine that a third of that were actually fields.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
The central portion is a thick, heavy forest, and the last third is more of a meadow with a few ponds and... So you get the golem back. You find the gnome after a few moments. He's already started to examine the console, trying to figure out everything without pulling it apart violently.
Mm-hmm.
But judging from the impressive array of tools that he has, it's going to be taken apart by the end of the day. Just not violently.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the golem. Nice. Thank you. I wasn't expecting it so soon. All right. Well, can you remember... That's an interesting pose he has. Did he always have that pose?
No. I was messing around with it on the way here.
Okay. Okay. We'll take that into consideration. All right. Thank you.
Do you need help with that?
Take the console apart? Well, yes and no. Well, I'll eventually figure out how to pull it apart piece by piece. It's probably not that difficult.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. All right. Let me know how it goes.
All right. And I was also imagining that you'd probably be more interested in seeing how they take apart the needle that you brought back.
Yes. Where are they doing that?
In the library. Danyarsa came back here maybe an hour ago to get something, and she said she was going to assist that. So maybe you're a bit late, or maybe you'll get there right on time. Well,
All right. Thanks for the reminder. I'll see you later.
All right. See you later. Try not to get disassembled. It rarely happens, but it does from time to time. Have a good day.
All right.
Always reassuring talking with gnomes.
Yep.
Audience,
Yep.
what are you doing?
Yes. After I wake up,
Yeah.
audience would.
Get that 5 a.m. morning run in.
Yeah. Audience really has nothing. He doesn't have that much to do in the garden. What he would do. He'd do actually some research, which is odd for audience, but he'd do some research in how to potentially set up the thing he wants for his Holy Avenger. And ways he could do that.
Oh, all right. So, pretty severe arcane research in the library. Okay. Do you try to do this on your own, or do you ask for assistance?
I'd ask for assistance.
Okay. So, of course, the wardens inside the library would ask, what is it exactly that you want assistance to research?
What exactly I'd want is ways to safely set up or resources you would need to basically safely set up a world that has where you'd be bringing in to purge an evil object inside another realm.
All right, so you're hoping to create a second island where this would happen, where this would occur inside of the world?
If there needs to be a second island.
Well, that's the reason why they're asking you a question and exactly what you want to know. Yes, this can be done on a separate island, but if you remember the setup of your island, right now there's no one living on the northern part of the island, and there's a pretty severe mountain chain preventing anyone from going. That doesn't mean that no one will ever go there, but right now, 30 years after everyone has been relocated there, there's no one living on that portion of the island. So yes, you could always set up there with a little bit of uncertainty regarding the future, especially since you want this to be there for hundreds and hundreds of years. Or you can try and set up a completely different island, a new island somewhere else, that would diminish even more the chance of anyone getting there. But I mean, object with such magical properties, with such powerful divine or unholy allure, will inevitably draw people with this type of sensitivity, whether it be priest or paladin. So it will try to reach out in one way or the other. The advantage of this being on the island that you have is, even if it reaches out to people, there would definitely be a chance for someone to counterbalance it should there be bad influence but greater chance that people will be called toward it. But if you do this on a separate island, fewer chance, but also fewer chance of a hero rising up and preventing this from falling to the wrong hand. So it really is, what type of risk are you ready to take? Right now on your island, there are 2 villages and 1 dwarven mining colony. And that's the entire population of your island. But it's been 30 years, so humans have had time to have 2 generations of of babies. So
let's see, probably. No, I mean, I'd still want to do the same island, and I think I'd take the higher. It doesn't seem like that much more of a risk.
okay. So now the question is, where do you want to set this up on your island? Really to the northern part, where to get there, someone would either have to cross a very hazardous mountain range or literally build boats and go around the mountain range, or do you just want to put it inside of the mountain? The head of the dragon is a pretty
We could just put inside the mountain.
rugged terrain. All right. Do you still have the picture of your island with you?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe we can try and show it to people so at least they know what you're talking about. So hold on. 3 people, which means it's this. And of course, that's all. That's where your camera went. Okay.
Is my camera dying?
No. It's because to give it to everyone, I went to the battle map, but your camera was missing. But when I removed the last battle grid that we had, I found your character. Where are the pictures? There are the pictures. Alright, fish is already there. Remy's not in the right place. And audience is in the middle of the battlefield. That's Remy. Remy goes here. Fish is at the right place. And audience goes here. And Jorg has a picture. Alright. I think I still have your... Yes, I want to remove that. Do I still have your island? No, I want to remove that as well. Yes, I want to remove it. There we go. Audience, that's Remy's token, that's Jorg's token. There we go. Audience. No, your map is not there anymore. Okay. Image. Do I still have it in? No, don't have anymore. All right. Audience Island. No, desktop. It's on the desktop. Audience, about 27 years. Here we go. All right. Here we go. We have your island so everyone can see it. All right, so where exactly would you like this? I don't know, temple or just discrete cavern somewhere?
Yeah.
Audience would accept a
Not a
discrete cavern?
Well, no, I think I'd more go for the temple strat of than having people who I trusted to guard the temple
Okay.
than I would for the discrete cavern. So I wouldn't want anyone to mess with it. And I would put that...
Do you want to
somewhere...
have a grid? Here, I put a grid on the map.
Somewhere hard to reach. So that would be...
I placed a grid on Twitch, so...
So that would probably be... Can I go up to the mountains on the, like, the giant mountains in the middle?
There are taller mountains, yes. It's the spine of the dragon itself. The head also has a series of tall mountains where the
Yeah,
horn
I
is
think
supposed
I'd
to be.
go to the center of the spine past the forest, because I feel like then you're not going to get that many people coming there.
Okay, something like F13?
Yeah, F13 is perfect.
Okay. So, a temple at that point, high in the mountains, and you would try to recruit people to be its guardian.
Yeah.
Well, recruiting people and creating the temple is the easy part. Simply going in there as you are and start visiting people, and you simply have to select them and talk to them in their dreams. And then you sort of have that moment of,
The audience
oh,
kind
that's
of has
what
an
gods
idea
are
of how
doing
to
with
do
me.
that part. He just wants to make sure he has all the pieces he would need to.
So for that, that's what you would need. It would probably take a little bit of time to make sure that they understood. Creating the temple itself, you'd need... Well, what kind of temple do you want?
A holy temple, because we're cleansing an evil object, so it needs to be a holy temple. It needs to be like a radiant temple that's going to cleanse the object over
Well, so
time.
obviously you'd need at least a little bit of radiant dust.
Yeah, which we have.
Okay.
We have one specifically.
The temple itself, do you want it to be made directly from this rock surface, or do you want to materialize a temple made exactly the way you want it? Because this is definitely need probably...
No, the radiant stuff is the important. It can be built from the rock. It can be either way. The temple itself, the structure of the temple is less important as long as it's sturdy. It's more that it has radiant energy within it.
Okay.
That's it.
So essentially what I want as a picture, did you watch the third Indiana Jones?
No. I don't think I watched anything past the first.
Damn. Well, the second and third were the best one. All right.
Damn, I let you down. Sorry.
Yeah, definitely. Such a disappointment. All right.
Such a disappointment.
Obviously, I'm not gonna show the temple live on stream because it's actually something that exists, and I don't want to be sued by some lawyers in Egypt. So
You can show it on Discord.
You can show pictures of real life places on the internet. You
Can also do that.
People don't have copyrights of the images of tourist attractions.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, I'd just be questioning Temple of Doom as being top tier.
No, I'm thinking about the temple at the end of the third movie where the Holy Grail.
Okay,
is...
so The Last Crusade.
Yes.
Yeah.
Third movie.
Because I was about to say, because the second film, which is the prequel to the first film, it's like is the most, well, not the most panned because the Crystal Skull happened, but
yeah.
No, I watched Temple of Doom when I was definitely too young.
Alright. That way I'm sure that it can take it. So, do you want something that looks a bit like... where is it? Temple. Here we go. Is that's how big it is? Wow, I thought it was bigger than that. All right, so we can see it on Twitch. Do you want a temple that is like that, or more something like a small version of the Olympian domain?
Did you post it in? Wait.
On Twitch. I probably.
Oh, you did post on Twitch.
Hold on.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
No, something like that's good. That works.
Okay.
Built into the stone.
All right. So.
Sorry, I was looking at Discord waiting for it to pop.
That's okay. Alright, so something made directly from the stone that has the advantage of being easier to conceal. Well, if you're recycling things, then just a small portion of energy would be needed. Which means most likely a little bit of petrified dust.
I also think we have that.
To hollow out the mountain, maybe a little bit of deep dust.
I don't think we have that.
If the holier you want it, the stronger you're gonna need radiant. So minimum is a little bit of dust, but you can easily go to a pebble or even a sliver.
Yeah, we don't have that. We just have the one thing of radiant dust, I think.
Okay.
Okay, so I need deep dust. Yeah, we have Petra. Does anyone have our dust notes? 5 pebbles. Jorg. I have some. I say I have 5 pebbles of lightning shard and Jorg's nature shard.
I could have sworn all of our shards were pinned in our chat.
Was it? Oh, that's probably true. I think we did do that where it was like.
If it's not pinned, there's definitely a list.
There is a list. I'm almost 100% sure we don't have deep dust. I think we have petrified though. How do you see pin chats in Discord? I should know how to do this.
Well, yeah, if it's pinned in Discord, then it's going to be on this one here, and...
Yeah, because I know at one
messages.
point we did pin all of our dust.
Oh, I'm inside of Remy's pinned message. All right, what do we got? We got the world map. We got gold for some reason. No, we don't have it pinned.
We don't have it pinned.
Unless it's in one of your inventory.
Notes.
That one of you pinned it.
I know we did go through and make a list at one point, but it was not.
Found it.
You found it? Was it in a pinned?
No, it's not pinned. I just know how to use the search bar.
Hey.
We should pin it.
Okay. Just gonna...
I'm not sure, but I think I have it also in the large file for everything you've ever asked me to make. We'll see if it's the same thing. Says that you just pinned something. Pinned message.
Yep. See all pinned message. Sign list.
Where is it? It said that there was something you pinned,
right there, petrified. Yep. Perfect. Yeah, we have petrified. That's what I thought. We have a whole pebble of petrified.
It's not showing for me. Probably because I'm...
You gotta click on the actual message. We have wilderness.
Oh,
we have
okay.
frost.
Like this.
We have scorched. We have storm. I know we did have radiant. I don't know why it's not there.
You used it.
Okay, so that's...
Oh, I did
well,
use it?
but what your message pinged to was what is being used for Audience Island right now. It's your personal stash.
Oh, in which case it's probably... Honestly, that just means we need to update it, because this other message that came up on the search, just to make life easier.
Which would make sense why the radiant wasn't there. Because I was going to say we didn't use the radiant.
I could have sworn that you used it to, to create the possibility for some things in your world, but maybe I'm just misremembering that conversation.
I think I wasn't allowed to use it. I think Fisher hung on to it, so I couldn't use it.
That's possible. All right, yeah, it's exactly the same. The same information that I have. Jump to present. All right. So you currently have in reserve petrified, 2 pebbles, 5 dust, storm, 4 dust, wilderness, a shard, 1 pebble and 3 dust, frost.
So we have what I thought I did. We have the petrified, we have some dawn, and I need deep, and potentially more dawn.
Well, that's... Yeah, the more dust you had, the holier this place is going to get. And so
yes,
the greater the bastion for good it's going to be.
Yeah, but what we don't have is deep.
Now, he does tell you that if you want to avoid using deep shard, deep dust, there's always a way around it, but that would imply you going inside and whispering into the ear of a group of people what you want them to build for you in the mountain and hoping that they're going to get the message.
Yeah, that's fine. I can probably go purchase some deep dust for not that much. We only need 1.
Then with some deep dust, it's going to be easy to just mold this thing into existence.
And that is where Audience will go after this research, because now he knows what he needs. He's gonna go to a dust shop, because I assume the garden has one.
So that's just setting up everything.
There's more.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, because that's how you create your temple. Yeah. That's how you create a place for your equipment to be. But there is a harder element, which is you bringing a weapon inside of there and putting it there. If you
I can bring a weapon in on my person.
Yeah, but if you try to give yourself physical form in there, you will be creating an avatar of yourself. So not something with weapons on themselves. That would require power which you do not have right now.
So I guess that's what I would ask them. So what would I need to do that?
And that's where the complicated element come into play. And out of the aids that you've been given, 2 of them seems to be completely exasperated by your complete lack of understanding of arcane anything. Fortunately, the 3rd one has a bit more patience and explains it to you in a more simple way. While all the dust that you have, if you want to be able to go inside, bring something to life,
then bring it out.
And bring it out after. That's gonna require not just dust. It's going to require arcane capabilities. You're going to need someone who is willing to try and go play with the fundamental writing of that object. So just to start, more deep dust would probably be useful, because it is also tied to force, which is the base energy of magic. So there would be an expenditure of that just to create that. You'll need a wizard with very good knowledge of how arcane things work. Because there's going to be bending of some rules that you can't break.
Can I have them do the bending? I'd ask, can I have them do the bending on the object before I bring the object in, so they don't have to, be there? Can I have them rewrite the object before it actually is entered?
Yes, they can, but that's beyond what they've been allowed to do. Because this has to be done using the knowledge of your world.
I'm saying, could a wizard of our world do that? Bend the. Could someone bend the binding of the sword before I bring it in? So that
it's not the binding of the sword. It's the arcane programming, if you want, of the gem itself that you're gonna go mess with. So a catastrophic failure of that wizard would imply the implosion of your world.
I see.
There is a danger. You're trying to breach a barrier which gods are usually very hesitant to make, and you are presenting yourself as a god when you enter this world. You are essentially trying to create an artifact from their point of view, the people living in there.
Okay. So I need to find a very high-level wizard.
Yes.
Who's willing to do this. Got it.
And the wizard will most likely ask you for a good quantity of deep dust, because he's going to turn it into raw magical energy, which will serve as the conduit to do this.
Okay.
You can
so I need a lot of deep dust.
You can probably make it easier for the wizard by procuring components which will enhance the property of those, like the metals that you've been bringing back from excavating the insides of petrified dead dragons.
Okay.
So that would probably help. Probably copper. If you can find one that is made, that the base is copper. Or gold. Gold is also good. It's a good
I
conductor.
know where a place where copper is from Dragon. Or actually, they already have. They might even have the material for it. I just need to get, because there was the mine with the where we sent was a ancient copper dragon, and they were gathering minerals from that. But
yeah.
Okay, so I could do copper. Okay. So get my hand on a bunch of copper, a bunch of deep dust, some more radiant dust. Find a very high-powered wizard that I trust enough that's not going to fuck this up. Got it.
Easy.
Yeah.
I mean, all the pieces are there. Kind of. The wizard I'd have to ask about, because I'd want a wizard that special. I mean, we have some very high-level wizards in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd have to. Specifically, we'd have one that I would trust with this, which is the wizard and the... Doesn't the highest level group have a wizard in it? That I haven't really talked to that much. He's there.
No, not a wizard. They have They have the sorceress. Temptress is a sorceress.
No. Who's the highest level wizard in the garden? I thought there was one very strong wizard in the garden.
Yes, there are two wizards. One is the
Dragonborn, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought. But I guess he's not part of. Yeah, I guess he's not part of the main group. But he is like a very strong. He's a very strong.
Here we go. So with wizards, you have.
Actually, the main wizard got bullied by the others for spending too much time in the library, and that's why they don't hang out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because we have one very strong wizard, but I guess he's not part of the party.
No, and it's an elf. It's not a dragonborn.
No.
The dragonborn with the dragonborn, you have a hexblade, you have an eldritch knight, and you have a summoner. Although summoners do have arcane knowledge, but they are more the equivalent of sorcerers in terms of knowledge. The elf is the most powerful wizard you have in there.
Alright, so I'd have to go talk to this elf, who I don't think I've talked to.
No, you've never took the time to talk to him.
Audience needs to break. Well, actually, that would make sense. Audience doesn't like wizards, but now he needs a wizard. Oh well.
And an elf on top of that.
Elves are fine. I have nothing against elves.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that elves are bad. I'm saying that an elven wizard is probably the greatest type of wizard that you can get. So, understandable that audience may feel a little bit uncomfortable around him.
Natural longevity, I'll say that, which is good for a wizard. Okay. Audience has done the research he needs to do. He has a better concept of what he needs for that. After that, he'd go meet up with everyone else to probably discuss what we wanted to do next.
All right. So, well, it's probably an interesting place to be where you are, the library, because Fisher's going to be there in a few moments. So you could probably at least rejoin with him, coincidentally. But what about Remy? who we left with the disappointment of having lost a centerpiece on the shelf. You're muted.
Oh, right. I had to always do that part when. Anyway, I mean, honestly, there isn't really much for him to do, at least in a day's span. Oh, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Did the party actually make a plan to meet up, or am I misremembering a conversation?
No.
No.
No, there's no plan to meet up. It's just a coincidental meetup that we're going to have, because Fisher is going to look at how they're going to disassemble the needle, and audience is inside a library where this is going to happen. So unless you find a way to coincidentally be there when this happens, you be doing your own things.
I mean, I can create an excuse. For example, I have a scroll of Glyph of Warding that maybe Fisher would want.
Yeah.
Just like Raimi's just like walking by, it's just like looking for something, like comes across his mind like, hey, Fisher's high enough level to use this.
Yeah, he is. And so Remy's day is, well, half a day, is most likely one of ping pong, because you see him leave and you get this moment where, hey, hold on, I thought I wanted to talk to him. And it takes a moment for you to realize this, so you start rummaging through your things. Oh, I have the scroll, and you try to catch up with him, but by the time that you get to where he was going with the golem, you learn that he's already left. So you are stuck going downstairs where you know he was going to be, and you heard the gnome talking about he was going to go downstairs to find someone else to have something done, which you go downstairs and you find yourself in front of a merchant, which after a few minutes tells you that, yeah, Fisher was there, but he went back to the gnomes. So you go back to the gnomes and you learn that you just missed him. But you learn that you...
How is somebody in heavy armor so hard to catch up to?
He's got long legs.
So you learn that he has been sent into the library to see how the needle was going to be decomposed and studied.
He's got to put a bell on Fisher.
My stealth's bad enough as it is.
Yeah, especially now that he since he's not using his dimmer, he is not stealthy and shiny as he's moving through the garden. And you know, every so often you get a gnome that arrives next to you, Fisher, and he looks at you and then takes 2 cantrip light spell, and just go, yeah! And you're getting the dancing light going around you with different colors, and then all the beams of light.
Of course.
He's just down the street. You can't miss him. Oh, man, you just missed him.
Dang.
And you know, you're sort of starting to get used to the ambush the gnome gives you. You turn a corner and suddenly there's 5 gnomes just casting dancing light around you. And they disappear as quickly as they started. Get the impression that there's a new photo of you somewhere now.
Sounds about right.
All right. So, slightly worn out, you got Remy that arrives in the library just as Fisher sees audience studying the books, and the audience just raising his head. Well, okay, well, now I know what to... Hey, Fisher's arriving. Hey, Remy's arriving. Wow, what a coincidence. It's incredible. Divine providence.
No way.
Those things seem to happen quite often inside of the garden. It's fascinating, for a place.
Suspicious.
Yeah. It's like you're divinely guided. And then as you think that, you are forced to look at the symbol of the god of the unsung heroes carved in the door. Yeah,
No, there's nothing to do with that.
It's not him. Of course it's not him.
Yeah.
Alright. So Fisher, you're there to see the needle being pulled apart. Well, I would imagine that that's what you say to audience, but I don't want to force you to say anything to audience as he sees you entering the library.
I come in, audience is already here, and I'm like, what?
And there are books around him. Books with no picture.
What are you doing?
Just researching helpful things for us.
Although he did fold a page, so the arcane line sort of created the outline of a waitress in origami using the arcane lines. Hey, look, it looks like a.
Alright, I was gonna see what they figured out with the spike.
Alright, let's go check it out.
Hey, look, Remy's right there, right behind Fisher. He's entering the room.
Oh, hey Remy. We're gonna go check out what happened to the spike.
You good, dude?
Thumbs up. Then pulls out of his pocket, now a bit crumpled scroll.
There's a little bit of sweat also, yeah. So he hands you a scroll.
Is that... Oh, thanks. I'll work on this later. We were gonna go check out the what they figured out about the needle stake spike thing.
Takes a few more breaths. And then, no talent up. Yeah, we walk. Child's voice.
All right.
No, sorry, it's a race.
That takes
Pulls out a
1,000
dagger.
years.
Stabs me in the hamstring. Try it now, bitch.
All right. Well, it's not hard to find where this is happening because, especially for you, Fisher, because you've been to the laboratory of this place where you were yourself being taken apart for enhancement. You're the only one who's sort of seen the wonders that they kind of possess, but you also didn't see it all that well because it was being done to yourself. You just know that for some reason you were blown apart into suspended bits without it being painful and then studied from the inside.
Yeah, not that bad.
So you remember where the laboratory is and you take your party down to it. You enter the place, and already there you see Denirsa. She's standing on a chair that looks a little bit out of place. You quickly recognize the chair as being a chair that she took from inside of the knowledge quarter and just drag it in, and so she had a place to sit while all of that was happening, because there's nowhere to sit anywhere. There's a table, but the table itself nearly seems to be floating. It's not. You can actually see that it's resting on the floor, but everything around you, the moment you enter, it's not stone, it's not wood. It just seems to be neon white walls everywhere. The floor, the ceiling, the walls. And it's difficult to see, but it's a circular room. Well, a cylindrical room. There's quite a lot of place, and you see the wizard, who... Okay, so it's my phone saying that he's dying.
No big deal.
So, at the center of the room, there is this table on which the needle is resting in all of its long glory. Exact size as it was in the field. You're wondering how the table is strong enough to hold it, but then remember that, well, they're so much more advanced than you in terms of arcane knowledge. You see the elven wizard just looking at you. Ah, yes, of course, the adventurers who brought the needle inside. I'm not sure why you're calling it a needle, but it is as good a name as any. I imagine that you're here because you want to at least assist. Or maybe
If we can.
Or maybe just witness.
Assist, learn, whatever.
Yeah.
Now then, I don't know what you're hoping to find with this, but it is intriguing. It is always fascinating to see how people with low means can achieve great things. Now then, find a place to sit. I am almost ready to start the process. Oh, and look, someone wants to sell viewers. Let's see, can I banish them? Yes, they've been banished. Yay. Denirsa looks at you and says, you can sit near me. At least that's going to give you a reference, because once all of this starts, you're not going to be able to see where the edge of the room are. So, try to not go too far off. Try and remember where the floor is, actually. There's this brief moment when you look down, and it really takes a lot of attention to see where the floor ends, because it's all neon white as a color, slightly reflective. Okay, it's a bit bright, and it takes a moment for you to see the edge of the floor. The wizard takes his time, then eventually comes to the needle. He gestures toward the door, and the door closes. Now then, he takes a small orb, puts it next to him, and it starts floating. Decomposition of an arcane object found in the studied world. Now let's see what this thing is made of. He starts making strange gestures, which you're not sure what they identify to, but probably means something, because you see small lights starting to appear in front of him, and something becomes visible as if it was a screen that was simply cloaked when you entered, but he seems to simply have brought it up directly from light inside of the world. And he pushes it slightly aside and starts distractingly tap a few things inside of it. You see energy starting to gather around the object, and suddenly the sides of the room seems to expand, and you lose sight of the walls and the ceiling and the floor. You're still there. You can recognize that you're on something solid, but there's no way now to distinguish where the floor ends. And as a matter of fact, the table on which the needle was resting seems to simply have vanished, and the needle is floating in midair. He makes a few more gestures, and then suddenly energy gathers around, goes inside, and you see the object blow apart in the same way that it happened to you, Fisher. But it blows apart to such fine particle that everything is there, and for a brief moment it's sort of as if something was thrown inside of it like a magnifying lens, and it blew everything apart, the front of it. Initially you saw all of the components, then it started to drift away everywhere, and the components themselves started to break apart into components, and then those components break apart into components to a point where eventually all you see are small dots of you don't know what all around you. Sort of like a galaxy just blew up into existence in front of you. All of those particles everywhere. It takes a moment for you to realize what those particles are. And listening to the wizard saying, all right, we can see that the inside of the object is mostly made of iron and carbon. We have laced bits of copper and a little bit of gold. What you are seeing is the atomic composition of this thing, having blown to such proportion that you can actually see each molecule of each alloy inside of it. What is most impressive are the small filaments of energy going everywhere, which now you can recognize as arcane energy, but you've never seen this blown to such proportion. All of these little dynamic dots of light just slightly dancing around. And he starts cataloging every type of energy particle there is in there. After a few moments, you get the impression that the base elements have been cataloged. And as this dilation bubble moves, you see at the other end the needle reforming itself, and the bubble just keeps moving and blowing it out of proportion, going all the way to the other end, and all the while the needle deforms and reforms itself. Then he blows it apart again, but not as much. You see long elements of it, as if the needle itself could have been decomposed in several more needles. And now you can see all of the arcane enchantment on it. Wizard looks at this. This is interesting. It really feels like someone missed the point of what this was supposed to be completely. But it definitely doesn't belong to this world. Someone's been sharing knowledge very much ahead of what this world knows. And that's why this thing is made like it was created out of trash from the waste bin of a very wasteful orcish sorcerer. I mean, it works, surprisingly. It definitely is one component of a greater thing. It takes a moment, it looks at all of you, and where did you say this was? In the middle of a field?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the edge of a town. As one point among um,
Well,
how many? 8?
No, it was more. It was 12.
More? 12?
12s make more sense. 5, 7, 9, 12. That's disturbing. Either someone's been stealing knowledge from the garden and passing it on to people who don't know exactly what they're doing, or someone's been whispering things in the ears of receptible people. This is not something that should exist in your world. This is beyond your normal ability to make anything. But it is ingenious because it is made with everything your world has. You just lack the knowledge. And it shows, and he points to a few locations in the magical part of this. The person who made this did not know what that was for, and that was for, because it is a very crude way of making it work. The basic understanding of monkeys, trying to figure out how a catapult should work. This is worrying.
So someone basically gave them the exact blueprints of how to make it, and they made it even though they didn't understand how to make it.
Yes.
Hmm.
Most likely because they didn't know what it meant, what it could do. So whomever had this was either not curious about where all of this came from, or didn't care, as long as it worked. Both possibilities are very disturbing. That is how you create world-ending moments. Unfortunately, this is not strong enough to blow a hole in your planet. It's just...
Is it possible you guys have a mole, or are you thinking that there's some other
Well,
person from outside this shard that
no, the
is...
two possibilities are you. He looks at you, but also not looking at you directly, meaning one of the adventurers.
Mhm.
You have a mole. Or a god is imparting knowledge on people who didn't ask for it, and so they don't know what they have. They're just doing the job that has been given to them. Even though this could be used for so much more, all they do is what they're told, and so are creating something way ahead of anything they could possibly make.
That sounds to be in line with what we've heard. This is more of a something done from a blueprint being handed out than something actually being created by someone. So someone has a blueprint of, or someone is getting a blueprint of stuff they should not have.
Yes, one way or the other. This, the way that it's made, is designed to hold the essence of something. It's a prison, but it's a prison that's is made to be very small. I think you had a very good intuition when you called it a needle, because quite honestly, this can be miniaturized to the point of being no bigger than a needle. And actually, if you make it properly, it's not going to be that difficult to miniaturize it. Used properly, either as a containment, the way you said it, 12 needle being placed around the room could possibly contain a very powerful creature. But if you find a way to throw those needles at a god, well, an avatar of a god, really, you could potentially capture its essence. The same way you would capture a fish in a pond.
Interesting. Are there ways to replicate this needle, or do you have ways to allow us to replicate the needle to make 12 more of this? No.
Well, it would take some time because I have to use the means of your world, and it would probably be better if someone from your world tried to do this. But finding someone who is willing to recreate this without asking questions, that would be a greater challenge. Because most wizards, if they're faced with something like this, they're going to want to understand where all of this is coming from, which can lead to knowledge that is ahead of your time. And as we have seen personally in previous expeditions, giving knowledge that you're not supposed to have can have dire consequences in the world. You'd have to find someone who will follow your order blindly, even if it means killing themselves in the process.
is this the comical part where the camera pans toward Raimi and everyone just
Well, it can be, just as the break starts, you get the camera that goes to Remy. And then it fades to black. And you have the commercials. Do you want a few minutes to absorb the information and think about something? Because we can go on break.
well, we should take our break anyway, so
Yeah.
We should take
Yeah.
a break there.
All right. Well, let's go with an oldie. Marsh sounds. All right. See you back in 15 minutes. Bye. Hello, we're back. All of us. Isn't that amazing? Incredible. All right. So, we go back to where we were, inside of this wizard's laboratory, decomposing everything, understanding the magic behind it. As you're all looking at this fissure from inside of you, you hear Taranad say, "So, this means we can remove Brainless's cult from the direct list of problems, because they don't look like the type who would pass up important knowledge. But the hunters, they prey on people that have been left behind, make them feel important, make them feel powerful, create a sense of owing them, and they're not afraid to sacrifice anyone." But
Yeah.
we know both of them are working together, so Brainless's cult may still be to blame indirectly.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the ones protecting all of the needles were druids, which generally leans more towards the hunter cult. So that checks out. Also, we don't know that they don't have somebody else trying to figure out, trying to learn more from whatever blueprints they got. We just know that these prototypes are kind of shoddy.
Now, who could possibly know about oversized weapon that we know is inside of their payroll? I wonder. Maybe a group of, I don't know, pirates?
When I was with them, were they into that kind of stuff? I guess they had me, so
They weren't afraid to upgrade what they had. Arcane ballistas are the summum of magical weapons, but
this feels like another step up.
enhanced traditional ballistas is the mid tier, and probably something that a lot of ship had, and probably had at the time you were on that ship. Now they got fully arcane ballistas, but back then, just arcane enhanced weaponry. Something that can break through the wards easily, but not so much barrier generators. They would have been into it. You know that they could understand arcane elements because they understood how you function, and the pirate in charge certainly understood how your command words functioned. And now they have much greater means, a huge ship, which would definitely require at least a group of arcane inclined people to maintain the ship running.
When I was with them, did they have a like arcane specialist, like a wizard or anything?
Of a sort. It kind of does feel like Terranad is making a very gratuitous deduction. And you think it might be because he has a little bit of, prejudice toward all of you in some ways. But his critic is not invalid.
Yeah. How can you tell how long it took them to make these? And or how long it would take someone to make them?
Well, the wizard looks at it for a moment, changes the angle, which is something you hadn't seen from now. He just, as if he pinned the whole thing in the air and twisted around, and you see the entire needle just go like this. Well, I can tell you the different components of it. The metal itself, being fashioned to look like this, was most likely done a few months ago. The enchantment, according to their rate of decay, and he pushes the bubble further inside and you see the magical component blow up even more. They look like it's been only a few weeks since the magic has been active inside.
All right. How long do you take? So, how long do you think something like this would take? Like, how long would it take for you to make?
For me
Assuming you
personally,
Yeah, help.
I could probably make 60 of them within a day. But your world,
Yeah, being limited by our stuff.
using your world knowledge, I'd say it's going to take at least a month for each one. The metal needs to be harvested, then prepared, then molded, then arcane enchantment needs to be added, and it it is clear that there are enchantment inside of the metal, which means that even one needle like this was part of a group of needle. And so, just the same way you would make rope, you have one rope made of 3 strands, each strand made of 3 strands, meaning that you got 9 strands for a single one. Assembling it, at least another week. So if you said they made 12, they've been preparing for this for over a year.
All right. Not great.
Inside of you, Terranad says, how long has it been since you all got your call to be heroes?
How long has it? Has it been we skipped.
For you, it's only been 6 months, but for the world,
It's been a
been
year and a half. About-
a year and a month.
All right. That's makes sense, I guess. Hmm.
Nearly a year and 2 months.
Uh-huh. Excuse me. Well, wait, so did we get called first, or did they start working on this first?
You don't know exactly what called you. Even the garden said that there was something not expected in all of this. They got to your world because they wanted to study it, but the moment they started orbiting your world, a room inside of the garden started filling itself with magical artifacts from your world, and coins were produced, which they sent out.
Mm-hmm.
So even they are not sure how this came to be. That was not their main goal, to be this bastion for all of you.
Mm-hmm.
You've been told, however, that your world may be feeling that something is wrong, and just like an organism realizing it's a danger, summoning its defense, as white blood cell, if you will.
Mm-hmm. So, all right. This seems to be what kicked everything off. Dang. It couldn't. Yeah. I mean, if it started that long ago, it couldn't have been anybody from the garden. And it couldn't really have been any of the adventurers. Because I don't. none of us have really had any access to information that. I mean, you guys have been kind of good about that. Also,
Terranad
if
does
it started
underline
before you guys got here.
Terranad does
Audience
underline
would
that the magical elements of this, like the wizard just said, were added to this only a few months ago.
yeah. Audience would also
Okay.
know that the hunter cult and stuff existed before we got to the garden.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh, yeah, so they started working on it. So they started building them before they fully knew what they were doing.
If we follow your line of logic, yes.
So someone got them started, and then maybe it's just been dripping information as they make progress.
There has been multiple clues throughout your adventure that something else is manipulating the whole.
Yeah.
And everyone that has figured this out has gained tremendous powers and became one of the enemies you had the most trouble defeating so far.
Mm-hmm. Well, if we're wanting to, because they need this to fulfill part of the prophecy.
And might I remind you that half of the conversation you have is you're having it with Terranad, so everyone else is just looking at you, hearing half of a conversation.
Mm-hmm. I would rope everybody else in on what Turnhead's
Just like a streamer reading
talking
the
about.
chats.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Hey, Chad, is this real?
Yeah.
Oh, you said that your mother went to the hospital. Ah, I'm so sorry to hear that.
We probably want, I mean, whatever we do next, we probably want to try and slow them down in. I mean, hopefully these were the only ones they had ready, and they're going to have to build more. That might be wishful thinking, that they don't already have more, but also if this was a test, generally you test and then
The
and
wizard
then change things
looks
and
at
build a
you
new
when he said
prototype.
that this is a test, and he says, "A test." Well, now the problem is you don't know which test that was. Was it the first one or the latest one?
I would something as big as the essence of a god being gathered send out. Is that the kind of thing that would like send out shockwaves throughout the world that would be noticeable?
I guess it would depend on which deity you're referring to. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yes, it can, but also not necessarily. Now, a god in our world would send everyone in a frenzy trying to figure out what they need to do for the next 10 minutes before their life ends.
Mm-hmm.
The avatar of a god wouldn't do that, but it would definitely depend on the strength of the avatar. An
So if they went
avatar,
after something,
a very powerful avatar, if it is slain, even the god that created it will feel it. So definitely something like that would be felt by anyone sensitive to temporal elements. Diviners, priests connected to that god. If that god has a place in the world, an important one, anything affecting it would definitely resonate. Now, here's the more interesting thing. If this is meant to be collected, what would create the most resonance? Collecting it, or giving what you collected to another god? Strengthening the god. Giving it more substance.
is that a rhetorical question?
It is and it isn't. It depends on what happens. It depends on the god itself.
Mm-hmm.
And what would be the consequence if it wasn't used like that?
I feel like if they've tested it already, they would have gone for something small so as not to make waves before they're ready.
And so the question is, has anyone in the garden been faced with a powerful entity which had been contained in some way? Audience made an intelligent roll.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was gonna say, can we do like an all page? Hey, everybody.
Hey guys. So I'm starting a poll here on GnomeTube. If you feel like you have had contact with an otherwise contained extraplanar entity, please answer yes.
Audience roll intelligence.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide.
No, audience. Not Fisher, audience.
Oh, audience is rolling intelligence?
Audience rolls a 7.
Audience's attention is distracted by all of the little molecules running around him.
I was like, audience isn't gonna get this. Why are we even pretending audience gets this?
And you know what's a shame? Is that the other person who could have helped you is Tobiyashi. So Alright. What did you roll?
Was this from the before times?
Yeah.
Yeah. The audience, what happened to your wizard friend? Didn't something weird with Ondercole happen to him?
My
Wizard friend.
he got captured by the hunter cult, and then I got some sense that he was no longer either, like, he had either died or was just no longer, like, with us in some way.
Oh, okay.
But not sure which one of those it was. Because, like, Tobiyashi, there was like, hey, this guy can be rescued. The other one was like, nah, this guy's past the point of rescuing.
So what did you, Fisher? What did you roll for intelligence?
Oh, I also get okay.
Oh yeah.
That's what you said.
'Cause-
Audience role, and I'm like, oh, I'm
Well,
not. Oh, okay, cool.
audience is more concerned by this, but I feel like audience and Toby actually talked about those days on a few occasions.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to cast Enhanceability on myself. Fox is cunning. Just straight intelligence.
It's memory, yeah.
16 plus what, 20.
Okay. Audience, did you talk to everyone about the 3 quests that you took before you met them? The
Yes,
kobold at the
I did.
beginning, the fight at sea on the pirate ship, and the quest you did to get Ornak.
Yes, I would have told them about that.
Okay. Fisher, it does feel like there's something that may feel slightly familiar in the last of those 3 adventures that audience talked to you about long time ago, weeks or months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Something about a creature that was being corrupted, a large acorn that Turon Hay couldn't get to.
Hey, audience, what happened with that big acorn that the big guy wasn't able to back when you first before you got Ornak?
Audience, would you like a
Yeah.
reminder of that quest?
Yes, I would.
Since you lived the entire quest. So you arrived in a small town, and there were problems because sheep were getting slaughtered during the night. Vicious slaughters. The people living in town were blaming a spirit of the forest nearby, the Turune Woods, which you later realized that Turune Woods was a deformation of Turon Hay, the name of the actual champion that gave you Ornak. So eventually, by killing some goblins that were attacking the sheep, you found 4 daggers, which, when used, would drain the blood of the sheep and would be used after that in a ritual to corrupt a large acorn that had been given to Turon Hay. The acorn itself was the offspring of a primordial, nature primordial. So they were trying to do this. So yeah, there are individual elements, albeit at an extremely smaller scale. Daggers used to collect the essence of sheeps. The essence being used to create a corruption spell, and that spell being used to corrupt and reinforce a greater being. And as a matter of fact, the monster that came after this was actually the first time you saw a being suddenly explode and trying to become more. But at that time, you were so overwhelmingly powerful compared to that you killed it in 2 rounds.
Mm-hmm. I would tell them all of this. Yeah, I'd give them the full details of the quest that I could remember.
What happened when you killed it?
Oh, how it turned into a giant. We've seen it happen before. It turned into a giant,
The wizard
Weird
used the power, or use a spell twice as too powerful for the creature, and it nearly pulverized it. Because of that, the body just shattered and completely blew up, creating a really awful monster. But when this happened, everyone turned toward the monster and killed it.
yeah. It was, and we saw it happen before. It was like one of the monsters. Remember we fought the guy on the that also turned it from like the symbol. It has to do with the symbol.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was
Like the guy in the.
It was the very first time that you saw that symbol. You saw it again on another monster.
No, the symbol that's like unexplainable. Like,
Yeah.
and then there was the guy in the field that turned into the giant monster. It was similar to that,
Okay.
but like a weaker version of it. But
much weaker.
because it was just a goblin turning into it instead of like a trained individual who I think somewhat channeled the transformation. Almost like something placed on him then. Yeah.
When you think about it, every time you've encountered it, that thing became more stable. The first time was a goblin. The second time was in the mountain after rescuing Tobiashi. It was one of the members of the hunter cult. Then it was in the past. Every time a person more stronger willed, and someone that has a better ability to control that excess energy.
All right. I think that we should I think we should try. Remy, who do you think out of my old friends on the Predator and your old shitty wizard dude would be more likely to be kind of the primary ones involved in
Like pulling out two hands, weighing them against each other.
So, judging with what you know of your old master, he is so oriented in making money that giving him that kind of information would be a disaster in itself. You'd end up with someone able to create bombs without understanding why it goes boom. But he would, because it gives him money.
It's like there's a D100 chance that it'll open up a black hole that will swallow.
No, that's why he has laboratories on small island chains. So, yeah. Up to you to measure this. Which one would be the worst? More likely.
Mm-hmm.
So Rainey's probably going to put up 1 talon. There's nothing worse than a crazed man with a goal.
Yeah.
Also, he minor illusions the sounds of weapons firing from the ship.
Uh-huh.
Your old captor, Fisher, can be
Uh-huh.
quite narrow-minded.
Yeah. When you were, I mean, probably would have brought it up already if it was the case, but back when you were growing up, did you ever see anything about any of this stuff in the tower? Or he kind of really just had you working on?
Yeah, Remy, if you saw anything, you would have been too young and too inexperienced in magic to figure out that that was part of that. So you might, but hard to say.
Raimi shrugs. Minor illusions, Terry. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
In reference to the last time. The party had young Raimi questions.
Uh-huh.
Link.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you want me to put some music?
Sorry. Uh,
I see that you're thinking
I mean,
very
do you want
hard.
to go
but
delving
it's-
again?
Sorry, what did you
Is
say?
that what you're saying? Do you want to go delving again?
Like
I mean, if
he
you're up
repeats
to
in your
that.
voice. He repeats in your voice. Do you want to go delving again?
Yeah. I mean, if you're up for it, I think we might as well.
Okay.
Everyone looks at audience.
That is sure.
Let's go explore some memory. Nothing better about this.
Yeah. Nothing traumatic. All sunshine and rainbows. But it's
As a
like the
rainbow.
sunshine and rainbows from the Meet the Pyro movie.
Right.
All right. Where do you want to set up? Do you want to just do it in your room? Or do you want to do it here in the library somewhere?
Nah, my room smells like socks.
All right.
The question is, where did he hear that before?
Just like, hey, wait a minute, that's very specific.
Yeah. Are there private study conference rooms in the library?
Yes, of course. I mean,
The wizard's like, yeah, but I rented them all out. Stay
Yeah.
out.
I need
They're-
all of them.
they're private. That's why. I mean, the garden itself. There's no lack of room. You could ask for an empty quarter space. You could ask for a research room. You could go lose yourself inside of the forest in the middle of the arboretum. You could wait in the middle of the night and do this at the tavern, and there's no one else except gnomes watching you.
I mean, we're already here. Let's just find a room.
Yeah.
All right. So the study session on the needle you brought back ends not too long after you took that decision. The wizard says, "Well, that was a very interesting dig. You got some properly insane people in your world."
Thank you. I'll take it as a compliment.
Just remember, knowledge needs to happen at the right time. If it's placed in the hands of people that shouldn't have it in the wrong time, you end up stuck in the war for survival. Just remember that.
This guy is a part of the garden, correct? He is not.
He is from the same world, yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say, that's not very wizardly. And then, well, that's a learned from experience kind of wizard.
He comes from a world where they literally had to fight for the right to continue existing. And it feels like it
Meanwhile,
was all
First-hand
orchestrated by
experience with-
wizards.
Wizards doing dumb wizard shit.
Meanwhile, there's a whole subset of the garden population where they came from a footloose world where they had to fight for their right to dance.
Uh-huh.
That's
Unfortunately, they
the
didn't make it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's what you've learned from the garden is that you don't know how long it's been because they talk about this as if it was in the past. But it was a war which brought their world and everything they know, all of the arcane knowledge that you see around you. Even with that, it brought them to their knees and sent them into a desperate fight for the right to keep on existing, not individually, but as species and inhabitant of a world. And you've learned that over time, after this, people from both sides learn to coexist. Because you were told at least once that the wardens were on one side and the knights were on the other. Most likely the only ones old enough to remember part of that war. Right now, they all seems to coexist. It takes time to forget those scars. So, it's been a while since that war ended. But so many of them seems to talk about it as if it was still inside of their memory.
Mm. Uh, yeah. So I will bring Terry out.
After all, Fisher, you're stuck with one phrase that for some reason you know you will say to someone in the future. And it was the knight and the stagnant realm that told it to you the first time. We were built to protect those who couldn't protect themselves, by those who had lost hope the war would one day end. And after that, he asked you how his species was dealing with the fact that the war ended and they were still there. Which you couldn't answer because you only know 5 members of his species other than him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which brings a very dark tone to what their war was.
Yeah. Yeah, but how did we do this last time?
You
Was
set
it
up a
Rary's
telepathic
telepathic
bond. Yeah.
and then
Between
Terry just
Terry, the person who you were going into, and yourself, because you need someone to interpret what Terry will see.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to communicate it with everyone else, well, just include everyone else. So.
Yeah.
And if you include everyone else, well, everyone else can see what you see because of the bond. So suddenly everyone becomes a spectator to Remy's awful life.
Mm-hmm.
It's like watching a drama based on a real story.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Based on a true story, except, the whole thing's true instead of
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's
maybe
actually
10%
not
of it.
based. It's actually the exactly what happened.
All right.
Needless to say, it was not, in fact, absolutely based.
It's a factual autobiography.
Mm-hmm.
So, you go in a room, go in a small space in the knowledge quarter.
Yep.
Okay, small space in the knowledge quarter. Quite easy to find. They tell you that you can go to the higher portion of the knowledge quarter. A lot of things there hasn't been used yet, so it's going to be easy to find a room that hasn't been used for anything.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you all of the adventure bring a lot of knowledge, there's room to put a lot in this library. And you get the feeling that, like most magical things, there's more room than there should be in this tower. So,
Okay. I'll bring Terry out.
he looks at you for a brief moment. I feel better, he says.
Also, you're still alive.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, that was a close one.
Yeah, he was 2 hit points away from just bursting if you had let him out.
Yeah. He's only got 30 something hit points, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think it's 34. So if he takes 68 points of damage, he outright dies.
Yeah.
And
He's
you
not
took
allowed to be in any dragon fight with a breath weapon.
And he took 60. He would have taken 66 points if you had left him on yourself all along. So he would have been 2 points away from just bursting.
Yeah. That's glad to hear it. That was a little bit of a close one, but we got out. It was a weird thing with the mirrors. Anyway,
What's a mirror?
It's a rough.
How did you say what a mirror is to someone that has no eyes?
No.
Like, you know what? Never mind.
It's a reflective surface that lets people look at themselves.
And why do people do that?
Vanity?
I don't know what vanity is.
Audience.
Yeah. Anyway,
I understand.
you remember when you kind of delved into Raimi's mind? We're gonna try and do that again.
Yes. Yes, I do remember. Very disturbing images.
Yeah. Where if you're up to it,
Yeah, I don't mind. It's not like I can understand those images pretty well. I assume by the emotional state of the person in which I go through, that those are uncomfortable image, but I don't know what they mean. So for me, it's not so disturbing.
that makes sense. Anyway, we're looking for some. Basically, we're trying to. I'll explain what we're looking for. See
And
if
it takes time
Remy ran
because
into any.
you're
Yeah.
always confronted with the fact that he has no eyes. So
Yeah.
you know, we're looking for a needle. Oh, yeah, okay, needle. It's
Okay, so we're looking for this needle in a haystack. Okay, so a haystack. It's like the hay is like a needle, but
you can eat it. Oh. All right. So you set everything up. You sort of wish that Jorg got up this morning, but you know, last time he did manage to ask at least one good question. So, but you know, he didn't get up today, so needed time to recover from all that arcane stuff.
Understandable.
in reality, he did wake up, but he just could not get off the toilet.
Damn. In there.
So have I.
Not Fisher.
Fisher just
A blissful
trying it out
existence.
once. No, Fisher just trying it out once, sitting on the toilet. I don't get it.
How long am I supposed to stay there?
I suppose until I feel relaxed. Most people tell me they're tense before they sit down on this.
Yeah.
And then you hear for 30 minutes, and then everything is fine. All right, you set everything up. Spells are cast. Everyone is linked?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone is linked. Terry starts diving inside of Remy's head. Now, he does need some guidance. Because one, he doesn't understand what he sees, and two, he's got to focus on something to go inside. So, right now, all he's getting are Remy's surface thought. So, if you can guide Remy into something, he doesn't need to dive deeper. But
what kind of checks would this be? Like intelligence, wisdom?
Probably investigation, because you're diving into his memories.
Uh-huh.
You're literally investigating his memories, so...
I will upcast enhance ability.
Now, here's the big question. Do you want audience to try and help you rummage through Remy's mind?
Would that be an honor roll for me?
I mean, he's
If I help him,
here
it's
for the
advantage for
ride.
him. If it's helping him, I'll give him advantage. I'm not making a roll.
I mean, I was gonna say I was gonna upcast it so I would hit Remy and Terry with advantage on intelligence checks for an hour.
Well, Remy won't resist Terry, so when he decides to dive deeper, because you've asked it, it's a guaranteed success.
Can Remy help Terry?
Yeah.
Or is it because they're looking for stuff he doesn't actually fully remember consciously?
This is two things. First, Terry doesn't understand what he sees. Second thing, he only sees surface thoughts. So yes, of course, Remy can help. He can push the images toward what he wants. And because it's surface thoughts, the simple fact that you'll be speaking in Remy's mind will get him to think about things. So if you just say, I don't know, what was the most attractive thing of what you did? Well, he might start thinking about a customer that came in once. And that's what you'll get because it's his surface thoughts. And then he may start to dive deeper. So a few things may escape that aren't actually important to what you have, but yeah, anyone can assist. Any question you ask can influence Remy's mind. It's if you want to go deeper into something. You know, he doesn't remember pretty well. He remember being in a room and he was given a whole lot of books and his memory is a bit dodgy and some books are blurry in his mind. Well, then you can ask Terry to go really deep inside of that memory and suddenly it's going to become clear in Remy's mind because he's just going to go dredge up everything that happened on that moment.
Yeah. I think it might as well cast enhance ability on both of them in case they need to make any checks.
So just remember that detect thoughts will burn out if you ask a question. He'll need to recast it every time. Now, granted, he's starting to be powerful, but he does have a grand total of 12 spell slot that he can use for this. So you have a grand maximum of 12 very specific questions.
It's not too bad.
No, it's not too bad, but you'll completely wear him out if you do so.
Yeah. It's okay. We're not going anywhere for a few days. So it shouldn't matter. All right.
Immediately the next day, audience. All right, guys, we're going on a quest.
damn it.
Now that would be Tobiyashi. Oh, Tobiyashi says he wants to come back, and the moment he comes back, says, "I have a quest for you all, guys."
All right. So. I guess let's go in.
Yeah.
Remy, you ready?
Talon up.
And we go in Matrix style. No, that's not impressive enough. Johnny Mnemonic style. when he downloads the information in his mind.
Or a Jimmy Neutron brain blast.
No, the music is better with Johnny Mnemonic.
All right.
So, how do you
Let's
want to
see
guide
where-
this? Obviously, he goes back to his past. So,
Yeah.
Remy, you find yourself in your past. When Remy is asked about his past, what is the first thing he thinks about?
Let's start with the
specific-
wizard.
Well, yeah, it's kind of hard not to think about that particular individual anytime he thinks about, the first half of his life. Kind of a central figure.
So a moment specific when someone says, "All right, Remy, we're going back into your past." What is the first image that comes to Remy's mind?
He remembers the lashings every time he got something wrong.
So the first thing you see is Remy being beaten. He is in a ball in a corner. You recognize that he probably wants to cry, but he's never heard anyone cry before, so what comes out is slightly weird.
Damn. Well, let's.
Hold on, too intense.
Let's try and think of times when you were were you ever handling information of his that he wasn't actually having you work on? Or anything you might have stumbled across? That you might have gotten in trouble for looking at?
Okay. Your mind is brought back to a moment which probably happened several times, so you get several version of it trying to focus at the same time. When you were transporting a bunch of scroll from one room to another, and you were tired, you had small hands, one scroll falls to the floor, and then you hear the voice of your captor saying, "For every scroll you keep dropping, you're gonna go one day without food. Got that?"
Quickly picks up that scroll with a foot.
Then your memory, unfortunately, goes to a moment where you turn a corner and a poor kobold that was also part of all of those creatures that were copying scroll slammed into you, and you got all of the scrolls just went up in the air, and you had that brief moment of, oh God, I have 22
How many days is
scrolls.
that?
Yeah, you had that moment of, that's 22 scrolls. You grab one before it fell, you grab another one, and your foot grabbed a third one, and you went, oh man, 19 days.
Maybe his rogue training started early.
Mhm.
You know, he learned to sneak attack mice.
Do what you gotta do.
There are a lot of memory that surfaces. You were logged around in all corner of that place. There are moments where you were carrying books. There are moments where you were carrying scrolls. There are moments where you were carrying various writing implements. Some you didn't understand. You just knew that they were there to help write, transcribe things. Well, nowadays you can probably make more sense of some of the images that you saw. Um, One quill looked very fancy, so that was probably for actual, real spell writing, and not just cheap copies that you would sell to anyone who didn't have the smart to make an arcana roll before they bought a new scroll from a shady person. Um, some of those books were definitely for research. You've always assumed that they were for spell research, but nowadays you can probably identify a little bit more the books that he was making research for, more than just spells. He was probably also making counterfeit magical objects.
The staff of powder.
Nah.
The Holy Avenger, with an E in the holy.
Every time you use it, create holes in you. So, yeah, well, you sort of have confirmation that he was also dealing in magical objects. Although you weren't one of those creating those. Probably because you sort of understand a bit more how it's made. So it was probably spells made to duplicate the visual effect of some magical object. So a mace of disruption would glow the same way a mace of disruption would, and may give a mild shock to an undead creature compared to an actual mace of disruption who can obliterate an undead into non-existence. So that was probably why it was over your non-salary.
What salary?
That's why I said non-salary. Not to be confused with non-celery. So indirectly, it gives you confirmation that there were level of things. You were mainly just making counterfeit. Above you, there might have been someone who made more convincing counterfeit, and then there were people who would make object, which actually required magical knowledge, and those objects would be counterfeit as well. The amount of knowledge that you see in your dream does tell you that you would have had the means to create actual magical object. but no memory comes of a moment where you saw an actual magical object being made. A real one. Your mind gives everyone a few images of magical object, but they're useless magical object. Now you can recognize that.
Mm-hmm.
And then for some reason you get a random thought of Remy hanging at the side of a window trying to take a bath from the falling rain. I think he's disconnected. That's why I was wondering why he wasn't reacting.
Yep, he's frozen.
So what do we do when the person in whose mind you're in is frozen? You just sing the song? All right, let's give him a moment. Maybe you can take this moment to think if you want to direct this in a different direction. Aha! We lost them.
Yeah.
Completely.
So we found there was info about magic item, but not any actual creating of them.
And he's back.
That's never annoying.
Remy's mind unfroze.
Yeah.
Stop eating ice cream, Remy.
It helps with.
I think internet is trying to tell us that we're over time.
Well, we've been over time for a hot second, but well, if that were any indication, then we would have been past time for the beginning of this session. But
Yeah.
Well, I don't mind. If you want, we can stop this in the middle of the incursion in Remy's mind and begin next time, where you might have fresh questions in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Or we can finish that interrogation and then finish them for tonight.
Actually, I don't. I'm okay with it.
So,
I'm good to finish tonight.
okay. Is Remy also good to finish?
I've currently no issues.
Okay. Well then, let's
Well,
finish.
except for one.
Yeah. If it's possible.
That one I can't control.
I don't have work tomorrow.
And on my side, I am not working either because I don't know if you have that in the United States. There's a construction vacation. It's 2 or 3 weeks during which there's no construction anywhere. All the construction worker, that's their vacation for the year. And so we're in that, and because of that, there's more travel at the time, so less people inside of grocery store, so no contract to give out food. So yeah, I'm not working this week. Forced vacation, forced unpaid vacation. It's the unpaid that's annoying. I don't mind forced vacation if you pay for them, but forced unpaid vacation, the worst. All right, so how do you want to steer that incursion in Remy's mind? So yes, you have confirmation that there was more than just counterfeit scrolls. There was possibly higher grade counterfeit, and magical object counterfeit, which implies that there was sufficient knowledge inside of there to make magical object. And it also implies that Remy's captor had sufficient knowledge to make magical objects. So he was not a level 1 wizard. Or didn't have just a level 1 wizard in his hideout.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, that's as far as the knowledge that the images that you saw brings you.
Uh-huh. Oh.
And you know that Remy would sometimes try to take a bath from his window when it was raining.
Mm-hmm.
But that was most likely a random thought and not an actual thing that helps.
Uh-huh.
Audience, you're part of the link. If you have any ideas, you can say something.
Yeah, genius.
12. We got 12 questions.
A total. After 12th one,
yeah,
the spell
we're still
ends
on
and
the-
he can't even do surface thoughts. So
Okay.
when
so
the
for
12th question is
wizard-
asked, that's the last thing you'll get.
Okay. So for the wizard. I guess a specific question we could ask is, does Remy remember any specific details regarding the wizard's research or items that would connect him with what we're trying to figure out now? With what, like, the... Does he remember anything in his memories?
I'd say that what would bring you the closest, and probably what Remy would remember the most, because most of what he did was counterfeit scrolls. So he didn't do a whole lot of things that would put him in a place where he could see other things being made. However, he did see many of the clients that came in to buy those counterfeit scrolls. For whatever reason, you're not sure. So that would be what would be the most probable for Remy to remember anything that has to do outside of scroll making. And, you know, quite a lot of clients actually pop up in Remy's mind. You know, 2 or 3 of them keeps popping up, sort of like, oh, client 1, client 2, client 3, client 2, client 4, client 2, client 5, client 6, client 2. And then you realize, oh, that's...
Irate client 2. Happy client 2.
Oh, and then you realize, okay, that explains why Remy is so obsessed with audience. So actually, that actually looks like you, audience. Were you a client there?
Bum, bum, bum.
The dark side of audience.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's a wide range of clients, but unfortunately, Remy didn't know language other than Common and his own language. So one of them speaks in Elvish, one of them speaks in Draconic, one of them speaks in Gnomish.
If we're hearing those languages from his memories, could we decipher them? If we're hearing the languages, like, could I decipher Draconic and Gnomish? can Fisher decipher?
Mm,
Because we're technically hearing those languages in his memories. Like, he's replicating the words
I
that
know.
were said in his memories.
It would sort of be like trying to replicate phonetically what someone is saying. So some elements may be accurate, but others you might be there. Okay, what did he mean by that? It sounds like three words mashed together, and I'm not sure where the pause is. Because you're still using Remy's perception as you're doing this, so it's a bit jumbled.
Well, I will say from a linguistic standpoint, how
Go ahead.
sorry, I just throwing my weight around a bit. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
so if you are growing up in an environment where you have not heard a particular set of sounds in a different language, to a certain degree, your brain actually cannot process those sounds or properly distinguish them, and that's probably actually what's happening. Uh, it's like just Raimi simply lacks the capacity to distinguish certain sounds that native speakers who have grown up with the language their entire life would be able to pick apart. It's like I would equate it to like like for example, some of the sounds in like Welsh or Arabic. It's like where it's like there's just a few of them that basically have no equivalent in English or, frankly, like much of the Romantic languages in general. So their ability to properly hear it, understand what the difference is, and replicate it is significantly hindered if they did not hear it at the prominent point in their young childhood where they were taking in all those sounds and learning that they existed.
So you'd be able to recognize some words simply because they're not complex. They resemble something that Remy might have heard or elements of his own language. But full phrases, sometimes it just is completely jumbled.
Maybe like an intelligence or investigation to figure out what was actually said based on context.
Yeah,
That's not much, but
I don't disagree. We need a roll. Are you sure you want to finish this integration? Because I feel like two of you were about to fall asleep.
Well, audience, you can roll for your languages. Audience rolled a 1 minus 1, which is 0, so I think I'm not understanding.
So which language is that?
I guess there are 2. So 1 would be for 0 would be for Gnomish. I'll roll for Draconic. 7 would be for Draconic. So
because it's your native language, I would allow you advantage for Draconic.
7 for Draconic.
Fisher?
Yeah, I mean, my languages are not great in that it's common, goblin, and then through Terranad is currently on Elvish. Yeah.
Well,
but doesn't Remy already know Elvish?
yes, he currently knows Elvish. Just probably didn't fully understand Elvish at the time. So it's ironic that like it's like, oh, I actually understand that better now.
Yeah.
He might have picked up a few things because a lot of magic is written in Elvish sometime, and especially if you want to give it a more prestigious feel to it. So Remy that's probably how he eventually learned Elvish, because people kept giving him scroll written in Elvish. So depending on when he is during his life, he's gonna understand more or less of this.
Well, is it just straight intelligence?
Yeah, it's not in your native language.
Uh, well, for Elvish, that would be a 14.
Which is better than everything audience rolled. So obviously, the first ones would be very hard to understand because Remy didn't know anything about it. But as he moves forward and starts recognizing patterns on the scrolls and trying it out, and suddenly you understand, hearing people talk in Elvish, helping him to just focus everything and eventually understand. Oh, that means money. That sounds a whole lot like this word here, which probably means money as well. There's not a lot to understand about Elvish, other than the fact that there wasn't a lot of clients for this. A lot of clients wanting Elvish scrolls, but not actual elves. Because, well, first of all, they'd easily be able to recognize the forgery, since it's in their native language. Um, but there are a few. Two of them, you manage to understand what they're saying. Um, it doesn't quite help. Well, let's make sure. Oh, actually, apparently there was a third one. Uh, Dice decided there was a third one. So, like I said, the first two, it's uninteresting conversation, haggling about price. You understand that one, it's a more elaborate scheme to try and sell defective material to dwarves, just to further the stereotype that dwarves are inept at magic. While it is true that they do have, it's harder for them mastering magic, small fingers. Um, they're not totally inept, but giving a non functional scroll to a dwarf certainly gives that impression.
Skill issue?
Sounds like
Maybe.
skill issue.
It's like, what do you mean the scroll didn't work? Are you sure you read it correctly?
Maybe you should learn to pronounce Elvish properly before you try magic. So yeah, you get the impression that those two are not anything important. The third one, actually, it's an exchange. Remy gave one, a scroll that Remy made was handed out to that person, and it was, at that time for Remy, it was one of the harder things you'd done. You had just duplicated a second level spell. That was the most responsibility you ever had at that point. You had to be so much more careful about everything you wrote. The elf was satisfied. He seemed to know that it was a counterfeit, and it was specifically for that he bought it. Apparently, something about misdirection for arrival. But it's the conversation that comes after. Apparently, he didn't pay with money. He exchanged something. One of your your old master, Remy, was looking for an object for a client of his. Um, and it was to write magic inside, really engrave magic inside of something made of metal. But not in a way that feels like it's just painting over it or etching inside of it. It's more like really actually writing. So something that would allow for great finesse. But it wasn't for your master. Your master was looking for this for a client, and this client might have been able to help him figure this out. It's as much as your memory is able to recall, just with surface thoughts and what you gathered from what was happening.
Do we want to go deep here?
Sure.
All right. So you ask Terry to dig that memory much deeper. Suddenly, everything becomes more vibrant. Remy, you unfortunately remember so much more detail about this moment. You remember how your hands were hurting. You'd been punished because you had to do it twice, that scroll, and you had been punished by being your hands had been lashed, and so they were hurting so badly. So there was a mix of pride for having done the best work you had ever done so far, but it was almost completely overwhelmed by the pain you would feel every time you just went. The smell became stronger, that damp, cavernous smell that you'd learned to hate so much. Everything becomes more in focus around you. You remember seeing at the end of the room there were a goblin and a kobold. Apparently they'd been part of this as well. The elf is, you think, probably a high elf. It's a bit difficult from your perspective because you are so much smaller. So they all look high. But you think that judging from skin color, judging from build, it's probably a high elf. Wizard, definitely, with his robe. Doesn't belong to this island chain, doesn't belong to the island chain where you were. You don't recognize the emblems on the robes, but he belongs to a school. It's too well organized. What your master was looking for was quite literally a quill, but it was a magical quill that already existed, lost in another island chain by a wizard. You hear the name, the wizard. Human name, Archimit. Archimit, not Archimit. Archimit. It's
His
apparently
brother Arkel.
It's apparently something that he had fashioned himself, because of a client who had asked him to create engravings on a sword. And for that reason, he had created a quill which was able to write on steel as easily as if it was paper. And whatever he wrote would be etched inside of the steel with such fine traits that it felt like it had been magically written. He was looking for that quill. And the wizard, the other one, did tell him that he had heard rumors about this quill. The wizard had finished his days in an island chain to the west of where you are currently. But the quill had been taken from the tomb, and it was on the market. Free market, black market, unfortunately, but still the market. And that's what he was looking for. Now, it may not be directly relating to that, but it certainly would be an interesting item to have should you be trying to create very fine engravings on steel. Maybe not for the version that you saw, the needle that you saw, but definitely interesting for smaller versions.
Okay. Is there any way? So that's probably as deep as we can go on that. Let's see, where else can we go?
Wanted to go even deeper, just like what kind of food did he eat when he came into the shop?
No, I assume that's as deep as we can go on this one.
I'm making a joke.
Yeah.
Egg salad sandwich, interesting choice.
With shrimp?
Man, I'm trying to think where to go from here. So we've traveled down.
Now, with the rolls that you made, it is possible that you've missed information which would have been interesting. But,
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But I think we're gonna. But at least we know that there's some feather out there. Let's see. We know that her master was visited by the cloaked figure. Let me see that cloaked figure that could or not be the dark dragon. Let's see if she has any memory of ever seeing him before. I'd ask him if she ever saw him like come into the shop or purchase anything.
I think your former captor was a he, right, Remy?
He. Didn't I say he?
You said she all along.
He.
Okay, he. Well, there are ample example of moments where this dark figure visited the shop. Each and every time he would come and at least look at Remy for a brief moment. And he always remembered that moment when he said that there was definitely something wrong with you. But not what the wizard, not what your captor had identified. So there was always that uneasy feeling that just gripped your stomach every time you saw it. Every time you saw this cloaked figure enter the shop. What did he know about you that others didn't? How could he be so sure that there was something wrong with you? Nowadays you know what he meant, but back then you didn't. There are a lot of visits to actually go through. Sometime you met them in the shop, sometime in the entrance. But because he always made a point of at least going where Remy was and keeping tabs on him. Remy has a lot of moments like this in his mind.
Okay. But there's nothing in particular that stands out from any of the memories.
Conversations, well, because of how it registered in his mind, the idea of him being fundamentally wrong in some way. There are a lot of moments about this, but there are moments about conversation he's having with the wizard. And it's odd because he knows Draconic. You recognize the accent, but he's making quite an effort to speak very good common. Excellent common, as a matter of fact. If it wasn't for his accent, you wouldn't be able to recognize that this is not his native language. Talk about transactions, talk about magical object which were being made, talk about how Remy's education, and he always said it a bit of a way like this, saying, how is his education coming along? That creepy way he had of saying it sort of stuck in your mind. So they might be interesting conversation, but they're not on the surface.
Okay, so nothing we can delve deeper into.
Well, it would be something we'd have to delve deeper into.
Oh, okay. When you say not on the surface,
That
is there a
can
way to delve deeper into any of the conversation?
Yes,
Like
of
hear
course.
more what they might
You've
say.
got 11 ways of digging deeper in those conversations.
Also, Zach, we can't hear you. If you're talking.
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm
Okay.
resisting the urge to say something.
I see.
So, which type of conversation do you want to elaborate on?
So we got magical objects, we got Remy's education, we got what was the third one?
Commercial things. He did buy a few things from the wizard.
Commercial.
I mean, I think we'd want to go with the magical objects. I mean, that's the route we're going down.
That is the route we're going down. Alright, we'll go for the magical objects.
Alright.
Trying to delve into that.
So 4 moments come up. You can dive into each one of them and burning 4 questions, or you can choose some. They're all conversation of him talking about trying to build something, trying to find something, trying to...
I honestly don't mind burning all 4 questions.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you ask Terry to push further into those conversation. The first conversation quickly comes out as a wasted time. It's a minor magical object. Really something that's more for quality of life during adventuring. And he doesn't talk about where he's going. So one of them is
A
completely
collapsible
wasted.
porta potty.
Yeah. Essential part of every traveler's life. 2 of them have... it's hard to tell what he's looking for exactly, but it is not hard to tell that he has a plan. And those conversations are a bit far apart. There's at least a good year of difference, if not year and a half, between the first and the second, and they seem to go well together. He's looking for something that's not easy to find. Some sort of coin. The second time he talks about it, he says,
As in, like, a specific, like a kind of coin, or like
Yeah.
a specific
no,
coin?
a specific type of magical coin. It seems to belong in a collection. And he only needs one. The second time it happens, the conversation talks about some time went by, and he's wondering if anything has happened, if he has heard anything about these coins. He knows that there are many of them, but he's wondering if someone came and had a coin on him. Most likely a hooded figure. But Wizard didn't have anything.
How old was Remy? Like, how long ago was this?
How old were you when you escaped, Remy?
7 years.
7 years. So that's probably close toward the end. He might have been 6 years old at that time. So mostly completely formed. Actually, when is the adulthood for Kenku already?
By my recollection, adulthood is actually at 13.
Yeah, of course.
12 or 13.
Most likely 13. They did talk about this. The reason why everything is 13 minimum in D&D, it's because you need to be 13 years old to just play Dungeons and Dragons. With
the exception of kobolds. And I think also Aarakocra.
Yeah.
I think they weren't there at that time.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But either way, this was multiple years ago.
Yeah, so he was probably beginning of teenager Remy when this happened.
Too long ago for this guy to be looking for the coin he's looking for to be like one of our invitation medallions to the garden.
In what
Because
way?
they wouldn't have. Well, if maybe this is just me not quite understanding when they showed up, but if I'm remembering correctly,
yeah,
they sent out like to get into the garden, right?
Yes.
Didn't we have?
Yeah,
we had like coins of, or were they coins or were they like medallions?
coins, large coins.
Coins, yeah.
Like doubloons.
Yeah. I was just thinking, timeline-wise, would it make sense for the coin he's looking for to be one of those, or is that too long ago for that to make sense?
Now, here's the thing. The question you're asking me is, can it make sense? And I have to answer yes and no. It makes no sense if he's asking because he saw one and want to have one. It makes sense if he knows about them but have never seen one.
Okay. Do we know when the garden showed up?
I don't know if we know exactly.
They've been vague about this, but at least one person has mentioned in front of all of you that they appeared roughly 1 year before the coins were sent.
Okay.
So
So this would be before the garden
Yes.
yeah.
showed up. All right.
It also wouldn't make sense that it was the garden coin because it was looking for a specific one, probably in some form of collection he had.
Well, it sounds like he was looking for a specific kind of coin. Right.
He was looking for
Yeah.
a coin that was part of a collection,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
but he only needs one.
Uh-huh.
However, since audience is there and it's on brand for audience to talk about this, he did mention a hooded figure coming with a coin, and that is how you all started this. A hooded figure came to you and gave you a letter.
That is true.
Maybe he had some.
I don't know. Not enough there.
Force. Yeah. Yeah, kind of. But
The last object he asks about doesn't help you for your quest of the needle, but it helps you for something else. He's asking about if he has finally figured out where Bahanor was.
Oh.
There's a feather buried in there he needs to find. He is willing to pay a lot to have it recovered.
did he get an answer to that?
He does not know. The Remy's captor
Alright.
does not know where Bahanor was. But when the amount of money is mentioned, and it's only because Terry is helping you that you can understand the amount. Not a lot of people can actually afford that, but he's telling him that he will give him 250,000 platinum coin if he can find where Bahanor is.
Fair enough.
That's
A lot of money.
That's more
Yeah,
money than
that's-
some kingdom have.
yeah, I was gonna say that's more than
You can
But to
buy
be fair,
your own
if
chain
if
with
we're guessing that this figure could potentially be the brother of the other dragon, it would make sense he would both have that much and would be very interested in the feather.
uh-huh.
Or if he even works for them, like if he's like right
Yeah.
below. One of the two.
And here's where everything can be interesting. If he knows about the feather and he wants it, then he wants one of the 3 trophies that you want. There's a good chance he knows about the 2 others, and the needle is most likely there to capture 1 trophy. So,
Did this guy ever mention in any of the conversations he had, like, who he was or where the wizard could contact him? Like, any question of, like, if the wizard needed to contact him, like, if he found the location of Bahanor, how would he contact him? Is there any information around that?
that would be a question. That would be your 6th question.
That's fine.
Okay.
We'll do it.
Terry pushes through. There's a brief moment where everything goes dark because Terry has to recast detect thoughts. And then everything comes back. He pushes into that. not a lot of information comes out of it. But from every conversation that just pops up, come back to the surface, one thing you understand. And it's slightly frightening to understand it. Too many times does that dragon looks at Remy when he talks, as if he wants Remy to remember. And he remains always, in every situation, evasive about how to contact him. And it feels very intentional.
Remembering, this is the same guy that delivered Remy
Oh, yes.
to the wizard, right?
Yep.
Yeah, this is the same guy.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, I'm trying to figure out if this wizard knew some way to contact him.
Yeah.
It didn't seem that he did. The figure always contacted him by himself, and it always, every time he gave him a way to signal him, it was obvious that it was not a way to signal him directly, and it was a one-time use. So it was probably something that signals someone that's going to signal someone else that's going to signal someone else.
Okay, so very evasive.
Yes. He is very careful. And he is too careful about what he says to Remy. Not in the sense that he's intentionally withholding information. Quite the opposite instead. He's being very careful so that Remy remembers well what happens.
This does make me think that this is not maybe the brother of the dragon because of just how indirect he is, but maybe definitely someone working for him, but like a high up, a very high up of someone who's working for him. And could also just be heavily involved in all of this, but like...
Yeah.
It could, but remember that he has all dragon inside of him, and not all dragons are as hot-tempered as red dragons. There are some chromatic dragons who are very patient.
I know that, but
I'm just yeah, no, but you might be right. I'm just saying.
Scope of, well, who knows? I don't know. What's another route we could take, Fisher?
I mean, I kind of want to. I mean, there's no way to work, but I kind of want to try scrying on him with, because I believe Jorg can. Is it a druid spell?
It is a druid spell.
All right, yeah. So if we get him a bowl, does he have? Did he end up getting one? I remember him talking about one.
I think he did scry one other time during this campaign.
Yeah, I think he does have a bowl.
All right.
Well, as a reminder, and I think I keep bringing this up every time the spell is brought up, all you really need is a focus worth a certain amount of gold. It just gives a crystal ball as an example.
Uh-huh.
Oh, ball.
Yeah,
I was understanding bowl. No, maybe that's what sorry. Maybe that's what he chose, a bowl instead of a ball. Maybe that's why I keep understanding bowl every time you say ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we could scry using Jorg.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's probably not gonna.
Scry on who, though? This cloaked figure? I guarantee you this cloaked figure has protection from scrying if he's this careful.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. That's why I was saying it's not gonna work. but to try anyway.
We could go and try and find. This wizard's still alive, right? This wizard that.
Yeah.
As far as Remy can tell, yeah. And the scroll
Remy,
that is
where's the
inside
tower?
of the tower dates from after Remy left, so the guy was still alive 4 or 5 years ago. Not sure if he is right now, but
We could obviously go and try and find this guy. He might have more direct information.
Mm-hmm.
you mean we could dive into Remy's backstory and do a specific quest for him?
Yes, I was leading
Yes.
towards that.
You still have 6 questions if you want to ask more questions.
Maybe
And
we should use these
probably a maximum of 10 minutes because I think some of you are trying to get a headache.
What do you?
All right, let's
What do
use
you
these
mean?
questions. Let's use these questions to try and maybe, if we're gonna go explore Remy's back questions to help that. So let's see if we can figure out. Remy, do you remember the location, or should we ask where that is? Like where all of this takes place. Let's see if we can figure it out.
Well,
Screw it. I'm using a question. I don't care.
Yeah.
Audience is gonna try and figure out if he can figure out from the or any visions of maybe when Remy escapes that where this is actually like located and the easiest way to potentially like find or get to this place where his master or his old master was.
so, Remy, have you ever charted out how you escaped exactly? Have you ever wrote it down?
So when I originally wrote it down, when you say chart the escape, you mean like specific, like the pathway that he took?
Well,
or
not necessarily very specific escape route, but what was the context? What happened? Where did he find himself? Things like that.
Oh well, that part is easier to figure, and you can maybe fill in some of the details if it doesn't seem quite right based on what you've built around afterward.
Mm-hmm.
But essentially, Raimi had been after a certain point actually been trying to although now that I'm thinking about it, probably a bit hard to figure like how it specifically entered his mind. Although it would be pretty twisted if one of the actually even if that guy like put the idea in his mind. Regardless, it's like he got it into his mind. Like enough is enough. I'm going to try to get out. It's like so he had been basically planning his movements very carefully to try to get at specifically his store of real scrolls. It's like because it's not like he had access to any weapons or anything of like much use to like get over his captor. So that's why he thought that if he could get a hold of one of the real scrolls, and whichever one he grabbed, hopefully it will be useful enough, then he would try to use that as his point of escape to go out the entrance that I guess he knows exists. He's just never been allowed to go outside of it himself.
Okay.
Not really knowing what was on the other side, but figuring that it was probably better than what he was dealing with in there.
Okay. So, you took a little bit of time before this happened, and you actually were trying to figure out what you might need. So, you remember taking some time at the window to hear what's outside, to give you a clue of where you'd end up. Are you going to end up in the middle of the ocean? Is it a tower on a rock lost somewhere? Are you in the mountain near a forest? So you spent a lot of time trying to figure out the sounds that you could hear from your window. It was too high up to just jump, and you suspected that eventually an illusion had been placed, so you couldn't see too far away. But you remember hearing birds, small birds, so probably inland. Very, very distant sound of the ocean, so close enough that from where you were, you could probably see it and hear it. But so probably within a day of walk of the ocean, because the birds, forest. Because this one bird once brought a snail in front of you, so probably in a mountain. So okay, it gave you an idea. Probably a mountain with a forest at the bottom, and the ocean. You think somewhere to the left, to the right of where you were.
Here's a question: could audience get because Remy's, could audience get a clear enough image of like where he escaped from the image of his memories that he thinks he could teleport there?
Oh wow. Yeah, there would probably be something at one point.
Or at least somewhere near there. Even if it was just like something where he was like looking out over, like something where he could be like, okay, I can get into the general idea of it.
Yeah, there's something. Okay, let's. But it would probably be. You'd be casting at the level of viewed once.
Okay.
So throughout the escape, Remy, it wasn't just one scroll, and yeah, you were aiming for one scroll, but at the last moment, you realized that a crate had been placed on a table, and hoping that it was a good scroll, you took the crate, but you realized a bit later on that there was 3 scroll and one little magical object. You didn't know the magical object was a one-time use, but you used it anyway at one point. But it was all part of your magnificent escape, and it helped you focus a bit your magical talents, because one of them was an illusion spell. So, your first use of minor image. One of them was Misty Step, and the third one, you never know what it was good for. You just know that something exploded behind you. So, something exploded. That's good. The small object actually helped you to unlock a door that you did not know was there. You just hoped that it would help. You put it in front of you. You jingled it a little bit. Nothing happened. You started spewing out every command word that you've ever heard. And eventually one worked. But since you said 22 of them in a row, you're not sure which one it was, but you saw the little magical object starting to float and BAM! Slammed inside the door, pulverizing it, transforming it into little shards of wood, splinters.
So less unlocked the door and more just made the door no longer an obstacle.
Exactly. You started running from there, and you stumbled. It was very rocky, and there's this one point where you got a clear image of something. At the bottom of the mountain, when you started to run toward the forest, you couldn't clearly see what the forest was because your eyes were still adjusting from everything that just happened. You might have hit your head also because there was this ringing noise all the way while you were running. But you slipped and your foot went inside the marshy ground. You almost went all the way to your hips before it stopped. And there, looking at this, you saw a flower. I mean, you'd seen them sometime, but they were always very wilted. And it was a beautiful flower. This one wasn't wilted, it was there. Nowadays, you know that it's a water lily. You know where they grow, but the stones around them, the water lily, the forest in the distance, you know that it at the foot of a mountain gives audience just enough information to try and focus on that place that is supposed to be at the foot of the mountain. It's a chance, like I said. It's going to be viewed once as chances. But it's enough that audience can actually use that moment to focus on it if he wishes to try and teleport. I think everyone fell asleep.
No, I was just like, okay.
I think this is a good place to end this stream. We can let you decide if you want to ask your 5 other questions, because
Yeah.
because I know you said that you were okay with continuing, but the pauses and the moments where one of you goes are increasing in numbers.
Yeah. I think this might be the latest we were gone.
Incorrect.
Exactly.
No.
That was twice.
No, but for a while, yes.
Yeah.
No.
You're in the top 5, but not in the top 3.
Yeah, no, I need to go to bed. I got like work tomorrow.
So, yeah. I can recognize when people are falling asleep, mostly because I've been there when trying to do my own map making stream. So no, I did not post them on YouTube. I don't want people making fun of me and making video of that, although at that time I thought that was at least going to have at least 100 viewers, but So, I'll let you decide next episode if there's something you want to do with the remaining 5 questions.
All right, sounds good.
Just leave a note. 5 question remains. All right. So with this little moment on which audience can anchor a teleportation point, and Remy's memory of escaping of that slightly slimy but also very welcome sensation of walking into a marsh or a bog. At that time it's a bit, you're not sure which one it is, but you know that it's marshy ground. Especially now that you're older, you also get that element of, I remember those smells. They were the first smells that weren't cave smells. I liked them so much. Nice.
Smelled a little bit like farts, but
It's okay.
it's an unavoidable smell in a marsh.
Yeah, well...
Well, maybe not necessarily farts specifically.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I know about marsh. I live in Quebec. I know about marshes. There's a lot of them.
I mean,
here.
there are different kinds of marshes that have different compositions, I'm going to call it.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So, with this, and before one of you falls asleep, it's going to be the end of today's episode. Gonna put the sound of crack on fire camp, because you always have to end on a campfire. So, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show and found whatever you were looking for. Schedule, remember, Wednesday, live campaign, 7:30 Western Coast time. Rebroadcast for the Eastern Coast time, Friday, 7:30 also, Eastern Coast time. So I think it's 4:30 if you're on the Western Coast. So one is for the Western Coast, the other is for the Eastern Coast. In between the two, we got map making. So tomorrow, Thursdays, 9:30 Eastern Coast time, because that's where I live. So I think that's everything we can say. Remember, if you enjoy, multiple ways of supporting us. We got Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Patreon, a link to give donations. So go nuts. And if you want to do more, or if you can't do any of those and still want to do something, well, just spreading the word of the channel helps. I think that's everything I can say. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. And as always, stay safe and stay healthy. Good night.
Right.
Any